We are on the record. Today is Monday, the 17th day of August in the year 2026. This is a City Council caucus meeting of the Jersey City Municipal Council. We had a scheduled 10 a.m. start. The clock on my cell phone is showing 10:10 a.m. May we have a roll call for the commencement of this caucus? Councilperson Brooks. Not here. Councilperson Zupa. Not here. Councilperson Efros. Councilperson Little, not here. Councilperson Gilmore, not here. Councilperson Singh.
She's here.
Councilperson Griffin. Councilperson Lavaro. And Council President Ridley.
Here.
We have 5 council members present at 10:10 a.m. On behalf of Council President Ridley and the members of the Municipal Council, in accordance with New Jersey Public Laws of 1975, Chapter 231, the Open Public Meetings Act, also known as the Sunshine Law, adequate notice of this meeting has been provided by the posting on the bulletin board of the first floor of City Hall. The annual notice, which is the schedule of meetings and caucuses of the Municipal Council for the calendar year 2026, and filed in the office of the City Clerk on Tuesday, November 25th, 2025. In addition, at its time of its preparation, the agenda of this meeting was similarly disseminated on Friday, August 14, 2026 at 9:10 p.m. to the Mayor, Municipal Council, Business Administrator, Corporation Council, and the local newspapers, and posted on the city's website so I can certify as our total compliance with the Sunshine Law. And I see Councilperson Zupa present at 10:12.
That's Brooks.
Brooks, sorry. What did I say?
Zupa.
Yeah. I haven't been here for a while. Sorry about that, Councilman Brooks. We have Councilman Brooks present at 10:12. So now we have 6 council members present at 10:12. Council President, I'm going to turn it over to you.
Good morning, everyone. I see we have a full house. We have a lot to get through today, and we'll get started. And first up, we have Director Prinzeri, Jersey City Economic Development Corp.
Good morning, council members and council president. The Jersey City Economic Development Corporation has 2 resolutions on the agenda for consideration. The first is agenda number 10.26, resolution 26.502, a resolution to the Municipal Council of the City of Jersey City authorizing submission of an application to the New Jersey Urban Enterprise Zone Authority for funds for UEZ off-duty police program for fiscal year 2027 and the amount not to exceed $1,950,000. This program aligns with our strategic plan that is with the Urban Enterprise Zone Authority as it relates to public safety. Any questions?
Questions, council members?
Hi, Mira.
Hi, good morning.
Morning, Deputy Mayor. Just if you may have provided this in the past, if we get a copy of the plan that you're referencing that it aligns with.
Yeah, I can get you another copy of the 5-year plan. We dropped a copy off to all council members, but happy to send that back over to you.
If you have it electronically, that'd be great.
Yeah, I can send you the PDF version. That's fine. It's a big file, but you'll be fine.
What type of off-duty work are we talking about here?
So the off-duty program, we work specifically with our special improvement districts in the commercial corridors. The funding is set aside for up to 3 officers per shift. For an 8-hour shift. We do have a buffer of 2 hours in case there is an incident or an arrest, so they can cover that and not exceed the amount that's been allocated. And then what we do in preparation for this is we speak with our CID managers. They send us a list over of requests for how they would like their coverage for their district. We share that with the police department. They take a look at the CompStat data for the region. We see if we need to make any minor tweaks or adjustments. We do that before the program starts, and then we have flexibility as the program moves along to make adjustments.
Okay, so we're talking about like walking.
Yes, walking shifts, walking posts.
Okay, I just want to say for the record, I hope that these are walking posts because I have been seeing standing posts, and I know that's something that we want to get away from.
Yep.
So, yeah, that these should be the cops going, walking up and down,
Mhm.
visiting businesses and things like that. Because I remember when we started the Jackson Hill SID, that's what they were doing in the West District and in the South District. They were actually going into businesses, talking to people. They were talking to people outside. And, you saw the difference in that. So,
Yep, that's the intent of this program. So we also have check-in locations in each district. So the officers are required to go check into specific businesses along the corridor.
that's wonderful. Thank you.
Um, what's the period of, for this funding as it applies?
So this is for fiscal year 27. Should the council approve the off-duty program, we will submit it to the Urban Enterprise Zone Authority to get on their agenda. And the process from start to finish takes about 6 months. So we should have the funds in place for this sometime in the spring. We are currently running the fiscal year 26 program that is currently up and running now.
So if these funds are approved by the council and then subsequently by, was it,
The Urban Enterprise Zone Authorities Board.
then the funds would become available for beginning when?
I can't give you an exact date, but it takes about 6 months from start to finish. So you can anticipate sometime in the spring, and we'll keep the council abreast of the various meetings, should you like.
Then the allocation of funds, is this the first time we're doing? We're not. This is,
No, this has been a multi-year program that started when the Urban Enterprise Zone started, the funds came back to municipalities. So the first program started in fiscal year 22.
and we allocated funds to the off-duty program.
Correct.
Could I just get an accounting or report of how the past monies were expended to which SIDs? And,
Right.
and if I could just ask, in terms of allocating to different SIDs, what is your rubric or scoring, or how do you determine? I know people submit their requests. But I can imagine that there are 1.95 million,
Mhm.
right? So I can imagine that goes through very quickly in a year.
Depending on how these shifts are filled, it can last for a number of months and sometimes a little bit beyond that. But we, like I said, we have it allocated to 3 officers per shift across all SIDs. And then we work with them to determine what's the best fit for their specific commercial corridor.
And is public safety involved in making the assessment of where to allocate these funds?
Yes, and actually I have Captain Gigante here. He administers the program with us for the police. So if you have some specific questions around that, I can have him come up and he can address it for you.
I'm just wondering how much kind of risk and data is driving those decisions.
So
If we could speak to that.
Yeah, sure. So when the SIDS send us their requested shifts, we send that over to the police department. They run that against the numbers to see if it sort of aligns with incidents in the corridor. They send us the feedback and we share that back out with the SIDS. Then we all agree on what the shift should be. And then we, in speaking with the captain, they are going to be sending us regular reports so we can monitor it on a monthly basis to see if we need to tweak it in case there's a new part of the district that suddenly becomes a little bit hotter than another part.
In summary, I'll get the past allocations through every SID.
Mhm.
And is there a scoring rubric? Like when SIDs submit it, do they have to provide certain information in order to justify their request for off-duty officers?
They don't necessarily have to justify their request. The thought here is that they are in their districts every single day and they know where the businesses have requested to have additional police presence. That's why we work in partnership with the department to make sure that that information aligns.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Just a reminder, sorry. I know there were 2 information requests from the council on this particular resolution. If you can just email that to the email address,
request.
we can keep track of it. Thank you.
Director, just a quick question. How many total number of cops were included in this program?
So it is up to 3 officers per shift. And they, if necessary, they can split that. So if they wanted to do a Thursday and have one officer do 11 to 3 and then another do 3 to 9, or 3 to 11, they could do that. But that's until the funding runs down.
Thank you.
Does the award and receipt of these funds, if we should get them, have any bearing on any other UEZ funds? Like, is there a kind of limit to the UEZ funds that we could receive as Jersey City? And would this nearly 2 million have any bearing on UEZ funds going elsewhere?
So the municipality receives an annual allocation of funding. Public safety is capped at 25%. So we cannot spend any more than that for any sort of public safety, and that's per the state legislation. So does that answer your question?
I think so. So this is up to 1,950,000 of the total amount that we receive each year.
Correct.
Okay. And is this almost 2 million number? Is that about 25% or is that?
It's just under 25%.
It's under 25%.
Yeah.
Are there other UEZ funds going toward public safety that we plan on applying for or have applied for that are outside of this?
No,
Okay, this is the.
this is the
one for
program.
F-
This is the program.
27.
Yep.
Okay, thank you.
Before we move on to any other questions, I want to mark Councilperson Little present at 10:14 a.m. So we now have 7 council members present.
Good morning, Director. First, thank you for your work in squaring away, some of the funding challenges from years past. It seems like we're on track for next year. So that's great to see. The council request process is new, BA, so I can put this in writing as well, but I don't know if either you, Director, or Captain Gigante can speak to what is the trigger for the automatic $110 when an arrest is made?
I will have the captain speak to that because that is totally outside the purview of the EDC.
Sure.
And we'll repeat the question just.
Sure. Thank you, Captain. I think the agreement specifies an additional $110 paid if an arrest is made. Could you explain how that works?
I think that would be over and above if it went past the 8 hours, because there is a 2-hour buffer time, because each shift is actually 6 hours and there's an automatic 2-hour buffer that's already built into that. So I think if the arrest would be something that was, out of the ordinary, that went over that, it would then trigger overtime for whatever the officer that was working it is. So it might not be $110. It might be whatever their overtime rate is. It might be lower than that. It might be more than that, depending on who's working the detail at that time.
Okay, so that would only be triggered if an arrest was made towards the end of a shift, or? Okay, thank you.
The other questions on 10.26? Okay, next one.
So the next item is agenda number 10.27, resolution 26503, a resolution to the Municipal Council of the City of Jersey City authorizing the submission of an application to the New Jersey Urban Enterprise Zone Authority for Enterprise Zone Assistance Funds for the Jersey City UEZ Youth Works Program Phase 3 in an amount not to exceed $1 million. And again, this aligns with the Urban Enterprise Zone's 5-year plan for workforce development. And I have Dr. Bryant here to speak to the program.
Are there any questions?
Oh, we thought you were going to explain.
I can totally explain. So this is phase 2 of the summer beta model that we just ran. This year's model had 624 students across 116 UEZ businesses. There are lots that we've learned. We are currently in the middle of being evaluated by an independent researcher who is evaluating chats from the student chats from the employers. We've conducted focus groups with both employers and students and some raw data. So it is a mixed methods research study. Our goal is that that evaluation will inform us about sort of the gaps in the work and also places where we should keep or continue the work. 2.0 is the expansion to begin to think about, well, how do we do this year round, beginning to employ students as early as January if the funds are available, and to continue to learn about and recruit more businesses into the UEZ and make sure they're educated about working with young people, which is one of our biggest learnings this year. And so this year we ran beta, which was our minimum viable product, moving from 191 summer jobs to 624. And we are reaching for that campaign promise of 1,000. And we hope that with better infrastructure, better foundation, and strong recommendations from the research team, we will be able to improve, scale, and expand the program.
Questions?
Sure. So you mentioned the independent research study. How is that being paid for? Is that being paid for through UEZ funds or?
When I wrote the grant, I wrote that in with
Okay.
very specific metrics, whether or not students experienced a direct hire, whether or not employers wanted to keep the students they had or the young people. And so there's a list of very specific metrics that are aligned to the evaluation, and that is already baked into the grant.
Okay, and then also you mentioned you want to do it throughout the year. Now, I remember being in high school and we had co-op. So are you looking to partner with the Board of Education and co-op programs to help fulfill that need?
We'd be happy to if you know of those that exist. So far, we've been able to partner with CSS, which is the Community Schools Initiative here in the city, which serves about 9 schools. And this summer, we had a program at Snyder, specifically funded by the Letty Foundation. So it was actually a part of the program, but we didn't have to pay those student salaries. If you know of co-ops that we should definitely be partnering with, I'd love to welcome those ideas.
Councilwoman Singh.
Thank you, Council President. Deputy Mayor, congratulations. I have heard great reviews from business owners. Some of them had no idea that something like that existed. So I think it's great when you are initiating something where you're involving local businesses and local youths. So thank you. Just wanted to congratulate you.
Thank you very much.
Councilman LaBarre.
Just, so 2026 is concluded, with the exception, I think, of the closeout programs or,
The monies are available for 3 years once you've received them. And if not exhausted, you still have those resources in the buckets that you described. So for example, one of the buckets we have is to establish a digital presence. So in this interim, once the program ends on Friday, we will begin building digital JC Next so that JC Next has a digital repository or hub for both businesses, employers, and community folks who may be looking for work or advertising work. So written into the grant are lots of components. Happy to share that with you if you've never seen it, but yes,
if you could share that with me, that'd be great.
absolutely.
Could we get a full accounting at this point as to how the first phase of this funding has been spent?
Sure, if you can use the BA's process,
Use the
it'll
council
come to me
request.
and then I'll be able to shoot that right over to you.
So these jobs are for next summer, again, 2027, right?
Hopefully earlier, if we are able to secure the funds earlier and they get through the board faster, I am hopeful that we can put kids into work as early as January. But we need to learn from the evaluation process in order to launch a program that feels, looks, and sounds better for kids and businesses.
And is this will there be a new application process or are we looking to utilize the kids that are already in the program?
So what's really cool is that we now have a repository of over 1,500 young people aged 15 to 24 throughout the city. We're looking to continue to grow that community and also welcome others. So the goal is sort of twofold.
Who is procuring the evaluator?
I did.
I mean, is it the city of Jersey City doing the
It comes
procurement
through
process?
the EDC because it's a part of the grant.
And how much is allocated to the evaluator?
We set aside $25,000. And the goal is such an evaluation will actually catalyze further fundraising and actually make the program attractive to private and public funders and more philanthropy.
In your accounting of the program, can you clarify if other funds, what other funds are being have been collected or raised for the program, including private funds? I'm curious how our corporate community is contributing to this,
Sure.
besides
This
just
year.
making jobs available, like if they're actually.
Sure. For privates, we actually offered a couple of options. Some folks decided to take students or young people in-house and actually pay through their own HR and payroll systems. Others made a donation. So for example, Comcast made a donation, Casio made a donation, the Letty Foundation made a donation, and those funds could be used to supplement some of the work that we were doing with the students. And we intend to continue, now that we have some success and a little momentum, continue to attract that type of revenue.
Any banks that we have deposits at, did they make any contributions?
Not this year. It was only because we sort of had some competing interests. We had FIFA, there were lots of things moving. So I think that when we don't have such a big event, again, they will be willing. And I'll be honest, we have a better on-ramp now. Coming in, my first day was February 2nd. So now having a good on-ramp and knowing where folks are, I have a lot more information and proof points to share with them.
Can I jump in again?
Mhm.
So Councilman Griffin, that was a great point. I'm just reminded now that I used to work at St. Peter's University doing development fundraising, and our vendors there, and I don't know what the legality of this is, so I turned to the Corporation Counsel's office to speak to this, but at the university, there was maybe less than a handful of vendors among all of the vendors that we had that had actually built into their contract stipulations about kind of making contributions to the university at the time, right? And it was never consistently kind of, well, I won't talk about St. Peter's, but it would be great to see that, I guess, if that's legal, and if we can get an opinion about that, to be able to incorporate that into our existing contracts around that. So that's more of a comment than a question.
Well, I 100% agree with you. And that is possible when they make donations directly to the EDC, not to the city. And so we're able to use those funds. Our goal is to, yes, activate those foundations that are at our institutions of higher ed and also have them sponsor students with credit and financial resources.
Thank you. Next up, we have Director Vaquera, Finance.
Just want to mark Councilperson Gilmore present at 10:32 a.m. So we now have 8 council members present at 10:32.
Morning, Council President, council members. I have a few items to introduce today. The first of which relates to letter 6.54, the 2025 audit that was performed by Donahue, Duranda, Doran, and Tompkins. We have 2 representatives from the firm here today. With your permission, would like to ask them to come up and provide highlights on the audit process and findings.
Good morning. My name is Mark Stars. I am an engagement
Lift the
partner.
mic a little to you.
Pardon me?
Bring the mic closer to you.
Apologies. My name is Mark Bednars. I am the lead engagement partner for the audit of the city for the year 2025. Our goals today are to go over some of the some of the audit findings from 2025, as well as some selected financial highlights. I also want to help you make sense of this 270-page audit document. It can be a little overbearing, a little hard to read. So with your permission, we'll do a little back and forth as we go through the audit. I'd like to start just by mentioning that this audit is essentially in 2 two primary sections. The financial section is the bulk of it, up to that first white tab. The rest of it is where you'll find the audit findings. That's the internal control and compliance section of the audit. The purpose of the financial section of the audit is to, obviously, we report the city's balance sheet, statements of financial position, and the purpose of the audit itself is to review the financial records of the city, perform tests and other audit procedures to show to the public whether or not the financial statements are fairly stated, at least at a material level. So we can start if you want to flip to page 1 of the audit. This is our audit opinion, and I'd like to cover this first page, and we'll do a little back and forth with the rest of the audit.
Okay, and for today, we're just looking for a very general overview because the council just received this document when we sat down. So we want to give them a chance to review it, and then we can reach out with questions.
Okay, very good. I will do that. So this is just the first page of a 4-page audit opinion. I'll skip down to that second paragraph. That second paragraph is what you're looking for. It tells, actually, the next 3 paragraphs will tell you whether or not the financial statements are fairly stated. You'll see in that second paragraph, it says unmodified opinions on the current fund, grant fund, etc. So for those funds within the city, that's your main operating fund, your capital fund, your trust funds, we do feel that the financial statements are fairly presented. That next paragraph is is regarding fixed assets. We have a disclaimer of opinion on fixed assets. What that means is there was not enough information to provide an audit opinion. In the case in this year, we can go over it again when we go over the findings. There was no fixed assets inventory updated at the end of the year. This is something that has been recurring over many years now, where the city will periodically do a fixed assets inventory. There will not be in place standard procedures for additions and disposals. The inventory gets obsolete within a year, repeat the cycle, okay? In that last paragraph, it's nothing to worry about it, even though it says adverse. We're required to report on whether or not the financial statements are in accordance with generally accepted accounting principles. The state, the city follows a regulatory basis of accounting, which all municipalities in the state have to follow. So that's just a blurb that you will see in every municipal audit across the state. I'd like to just bring you to page 5, just to introduce you to the current fund balance sheet. There's just 2 items I want to go over on this balance sheet. The first on page 5 is deferred charges. I'd just like to have a little discussion on that. But first, please flip to page 6. You'll see that blue arrow, which points to fund balance at the end of the year. That fund balance reported to be $41.9 million, and a $9 million increase from the prior year. So the way this audit is structured, you will have your balance sheets, you will have these references to the left of the numbers. So in that example, you have an A1. If you want to see more information as to how fund balance was comprised during the year, you would go to the schedule A1, which is on the next page, okay? And just quickly blowing through that, it first lists all the revenues, the amount of fund balance from last year that you used, revenues that you collected other than taxes, going down those $1.1 billion in cash receipts from taxes. That includes county and school taxes as well. Scrolling down, you'll see expenditures. That's your budget expenditures. On to the next page, the expenditures continue. There's about $1.5 billion in expenditures. That leaves us with excess in revenue of $800,000. However, I just told you that fund balance increased by $9 million. So what is this difference, okay? If you go down to the next few lines, you'll see statutory adjustments. These statutory adjustments are emergency appropriations. So what that means is that these, of all the expenditures that you see above, some of those expenditures, in this case, $36 million, are being deferred to a future year. So there are costs that the city incurred in 2025, but which are going to be charged against future budgets. We call that deferred charges. Okay. So one of them was for contractual severance liabilities, and the other one was for tax appeals and group health insurance. I can tell you that number was almost entirely used for group health insurance. Okay. So that, because you've removed those expenditures from the 2025 expenditures to a future year, it increases your fund balance by $37 million. So that's how you get your $9 million increase. An increase of $37 million minus the $28 million that was used to support the budget. All right. Backtracking now to deferred charges on page 5. You'll see that total with that, you should have a purple arrow pointing to that number. It's $90 million in deferred charges at the end of the year. The balance the year prior was $77 million. So you'll see there's a reference to A14. So if you want additional information for those deferred charges, additional information is provided in the subsequent sections of the audit. So we can flip to Schedule A14, which I provided you a yellow tab, which will bring you to page 123. And that'll give you, that'll give you the detail of what makes up deferred charges for 2025. You can see it starts with $77 million. Various emergency appropriations that we just discussed. There was $23 million paid down in 2025, which leaves an ending balance of $90 million. That $90 million, if you go down the list, comprises of 2024 budget over expenditures, which were not raised in 2025 and will have to be raised in 2026. There's $22 million from the leftover from the 2021 operating deficit. $11 million will be raised in the 2026 budget, $11 million in the 2027 budget. That's in accordance with the schedule established and approved by the Division of Local Government Services. Then the next bulk of numbers is the contractual severance liabilities. Emergencies have been passed annually from 2020 through 2025. And the final is that $22 million that we discussed earlier that was passed in 25 for group health insurance. So I just wanted to give a rundown on deferred charges as a key financial highlight. With your permission, we just skip now to the findings. We can go over them quickly, and then you can take it from there if you have questions today, or if you have follow-up questions, we can get back to you later, however you want to take it. So the green tab near the back of the audit is where the findings start. That's page 255. This finding is a finding that has been repeated in the audit for a number of years now. It's what we refer to as a material weakness. A material weakness in internal control means that there is a reasonable possibility that the internal controls are in a certain area are deficient enough where a mistake, an error will not be prevented or will not be detected and corrected on a timely basis. Okay, so this material weakness is recurring. I will say in 2025, let me say this, when we first started reporting this finding, it was much broader in scope. It was a dust cloud around the financials of the city, to be honest. Now, over time, we've been able, the city has made some corrections. We've now been able to have a more focused, narrow focus on the finding. So just a quick highlight, the current fund and capital fund were improved in 2025. We still had a lot of issues with the grants fund and some of the trust funds. The current fund and grants and capital fund were improved mostly because of correcting. So every year there'll be adjustments those adjustments in your budget reports, in your grant reserve reports, in your capital improvement authorization reports. If there's adjustments, they have to be posted so the next year the correct number is carried forward. For several years, that wasn't happening. Okay, so current fund and capital fund, that improved. We still have issues in these other funds. And what has to be done is these other subsidiary reports, these detail reports, these budget reports, reserve reports, that's one set of reports. You have another report that's called your general ledger. Your general ledger is your permanent accounting record. Those two reports have to agree. If they don't agree, you're essentially keeping two sets of accounting records. Okay, so it's important that the city put in policies and procedures in place to monthly reconcile these two items. And if they're done monthly, then by year end, you will have a much faster close of year end. Your unaudited financial statements will be issued quicker. Your audit will be issued quicker. So we'll have more timely financial reporting and it'll be more accurate. 2 pages down is the fixed assets that we previously discussed. I had already mentioned that there was no inventory for the year 2025. So that is the crux of this finding. Now, if we could skip ahead a few pages to page 266. Okay, these are the balance of the findings. There are 15 additional findings, and these I'll run through quickly. Stop me if you need to. The first one we call budgetary compliance finding. We had $500,000 in over expenditures. This was an improvement over the prior year in which there were $11 million in over expenditures. You had utilized that emergency appropriation in order to not have an over expenditure. So even though it resulted in a deferred charge, that was better than any than spending that's not legally supported or approved. This next one is surety bond coverage, mostly for the courts. There's state laws that require a certain level of surety bond coverage for judges, administrators of the courts. We found it deficient for at least 3 judges. This next finding is we just noticed that there was a lot of old open purchase orders. We recommend that the city review them, determine whether or not those are still valid contracts. If not, they should be closed out. The next finding, number 6, is regarding there was a vendor that was approved for $15,000 in expenditures. Those $86,000 in expenditures, so $71,000 was never approved by resolution. This next item, number 7, is regarding accumulated absences. So you're required by state statute and other accounting principles to provide a reliable accumulated absence report, which shows the liability of the city for unused sick, vacation, comp time, whatever it may be, to employees of the city. That report we received we determined was non-reliable. It cannot be audited. There was various mistakes we noted within it. In some cases, it appears that the amount of hours accrued were triple for many of the employees. So that has to be corrected. And number 8, we identified a severance payout that was $32,000 in excess of what should have been paid. Number 9 was a pension reporting issue in which the wrong salary was used to communicate to the state how much pension payment was due to the state. The correct amount was taken from the employee's pay, it appears. Finding number 10 is just an overall finding on overtime documentation. In our sample, we identified one employee had 4 hours of overtime that we cannot substantiate. And we also just noticed that a lot of times overtime approvals did not have descriptions. Descriptions we feel are important in the approval process. How does a supervisor approve overtime if they don't know what it was for? This next item, number 11, is what this is entities that receive a tax exemption from the city as charities and nonprofit organizations. Every 3 years, they're required to file with the city something called a further statement, which certifies to the city, yes, we're still using the properties for the intended nonprofit purposes. We found that the city is not following up with delinquent filers, and we recommend that they do follow up in any non-responsive and consider alternatives if any nonprofits are receiving tax exemption or non-responsive. This next item is number 12. This is an issue that's been going on for several years as well. Veterans will receive tax deductions. Will receive tax deductions. So every year as part of our audit, we select a sample to determine whether or not that person is actually a veteran, certified to be a veteran. A lot of the paperwork was lost years ago. So we have been unable to verify. In this year, we found 5 more that we couldn't find. And we selected 40 of those. 5 we cannot verify as veterans. Number 13 is regarding the grant schedules. We noticed that there are old grant receivables and old grant reserves on the books. We don't know whether or not those receivables are collectible. If the city spends those extra grant reserves, we don't know if they're going to be able to get reimbursed. So we recommend an analysis be done of aging receivable and reserve balances, and write off grants as necessary, return grant funds to grantors if necessary, et cetera. 4 more findings. Number 14 is private duty. The city over time wasn't, so state rules recommend that the city, when you have off-duty, private duty pay jobs out there, there's construction work and police officers use to, guide the hole in the street, guide traffic. They recommend that the monies be received in advance from the vendors using the officers. The money should go into a trust fund. Then when the work is performed, the officers are paid quick, in their normal pay, and any administrative fees can go to the city as revenue. This wasn't always happening, so as monies came in, it was used to pay officers, and the extra admin fees were not being lapsed over to the city's revenues as they should have been. Okay. Number 15 is an overall comment on revenue collection and reconciliation controls. We had a difficulty with some departments agreeing the chain of cash flow, a chain of recording from collection at the department to accounts of control or to treasury. And we did receive help. We were eventually able to verify much of that. We also think some of the issue had to do with the change in accounting systems. But here, what we recommend is that there be a standardized process for each department to record daily deposits for a day, daily collections, and then there should be a follow-up from those departments to make sure that money, yes, it was recorded correctly by accounts of control and it was deposited in treasury. Number 16 is regarding the use of capital funds for what seems to be an operating expense for microtransit costs. This could be a potential problem because if capital fund monies were used for an operating cost and these expenses went out the bond, that could be a violation of the bond. Again, you'd have to speak with bond counsels and financial advisors as to how to correct that. And number 17 is municipal court. We tested 125 voids and dismissals. There was 5 instances in which the court was not able to provide us supporting documentation for those voids and dismissals. And that's the end of the findings. And if you have any questions you'd like me to answer, now or in the future, please let me know.
So council, I'm going to ask that we take some time and sit with this document and review it. And we will set up time with the auditors between now and the next council meeting. We'll have some brief meetings, but I want you to be able to review it and get some of your questions together, so that we'll know exactly what to ask. And then we'll circle back to you via email and schedule some of those sessions. But if anyone has any high-level question that they need answered right now, then feel free.
I, I just want to ask just some questions from a structural standpoint. So typically, and bear in mind that the public is watching, everyone's not savvy in finance and account, things of that nature. So typically, your agency is responsible for performing this audit. And what, if anything, is your task in doing this duty?
So what if anything is what?
Is your task? What do you, when you're conducting these audits, what are you looking for? How does what's the process?
Sure. So our process is after we get engaged and we receive the financial records from the city, without boring you too much, we do various risk assessments of where there might be material misstatements, because ultimately what our goal is, so the city can issue financial statements, but how does the outside reader, the taxpayers, residents, investors know that those financial statements are reliable? So what they need is an independent set of eyes on the financial statements. And that's where we come into play. We independently verify those financial statements. All the financial records, we do tests, we sample test certain transactions to make sure they're recorded correctly, in compliance with various rules. And then at the end of the day, after we do all these testing procedures, which we put in about 2,000 hours, towards this as a firm. And we ultimately come up with our audit opinion, which tells the financial statement reader, yes, you can rely on the numbers. No, you can't rely on the numbers. That's ultimately our objective.
Okay, and you guys, your agency have been reviewing the finances for Jersey City for how long?
Number of years, probably close to 20 years at this point.
Close to 20 years
Yes, sir.
consecutively?
Yes.
Okay, now do you guys, is there like any recommendations? Hey, you guys should be looking out for this. This shouldn't be this. Is there any recommendations or anything you guys?
Have we expressed those to others, or
Yes.
in our audit, these recommendations that we just went over, that's what that's where our flags are. Yes.
That was 17.5. Okay. And typically, when does the audit conclude?
Typically, the audit is due statutorily August 31st. We typically wrap up, this year we wrapped up at the end of June. And the city had to review it and et cetera before they approve release. In past years, we've gone a little further throughout August. Years ago, prior, it was a little longer. There was more financial concerns. Bank recs weren't being done till November of the following year, et cetera. So our audits used to get delayed quite a bit, but over the last several years, that window has decreased.
I just want to say, I didn't view this document in its totality, but just breezing over it today and a little bit over the weekend, somebody needs to be put in jail. I can't understand how something can be $87,000. An audit identifies a payment totaling $86,000 made to a vendor, which only $15,000 has been authorized. And it's not directed to you. This anger is just, like I said, a pure frustration. People are losing their homes left and right. The price of living have drastically skyrocketed. People are losing their jobs. Somebody needs to be put in damn jail for this misappropriation of funds. This is criminal. This is criminal.
This question may be for Ruby or Bill, but I see that the city did not perform regular interim reconciliations such as monthly. So in the future, I'm hoping that that's something that we'll be looking at and doing, and that the council will be getting those monthly reconciliations.
Sure, Councilman, and that particular finding is addressed in the corrective action plan we'll talk about shortly. That one does fall squarely in the Department of Finance to properly close the books at the end of the month. It is something we've made progress on, continue to make progress on, and think we'll have done before the end of this year in a consistent manner. That one also, to your point, is important because it enables us to close the books at the end of the year that much faster. We'll make the AFS quicker, more accurate, and next year we'll make the audit hopefully faster to complete as well. So it is a critical finance function.
Yeah. And Bill, one more thing, Bill, all of these infractions that's laid out in the comment and recommendation section, I think all individuals that were in those offices or whose eyes or whose function is supposed to be, they need to be removed too.
I'm sorry, could you repeat that, Councilman? I think I missed the last part.
And all of the comments and recommendations dated December 31st, 2025, it's about 17 identified items. I'm of the opinion that all of the individuals that were in that office or who were responsible for oversight or lack thereof, they need to be terminated too, because I mean, it's 17 different instances which the audit have identified. I'm gonna say criminal activity. They need to be removed. Because we got taxes going up, all this money, people losing their houses. This is crazy, man. This is crazy. I see why the public is outraged, upset, pissed off.
Councilman LeVar.
A couple of questions, big picture more than anything else, or just questions about the report itself in terms of how it's formatted. So the findings, which you pointed to, page 255, identify 1 and 2 are formatted differently than subsequent findings starting on page 266. What I mean by that is describes the condition, the cause, criteria, effect, context, etc. And then moving down to 3 on page 266 from finding 3 through 17. Has a description and then a recommendation. Can you explain the difference between those two? And
Yes, so the city's audit is subject to varying levels of audit guidelines. So those that are in section 2, the ones that have more content to it that you refer to, findings 1 and 2, those judgmentally we feel are reportable under government, what they call government auditing standards. That's a higher level of accountability, higher level of attention that should be brought to those findings. The remainder of the findings are reported based on the state's own guidelines. Okay, so one's like a national guideline, one's a state guideline. There's some judgment in there as to whether the findings go in section 2 or in the back of the audit. But anytime we have a finding that directly impacts the financial statements in a potentially material way, we like to move those up the chain to section 2 of the audit.
you said earlier in your comments that some of the findings or corrections, or the city had addressed that. Some of them in part, that there's been some improvements.
Yes.
Was the word.
Yes.
Are those improvements in terms of documented in here, and then are they 2025 improvements that were done or 2026 improvements?
2025 improvements. We have not looked at anything in 2026.
Any other?
Yeah, one more thing. This is crazy. Can we identify the vendor who was overpaid to the administration? That needs to be public information. Because God forbid if that vendor have donated to someone elect account, have a relative that's working in that finance department. We got to be serious about this stuff. I don't just want to know it's a vendor. I want to know the specific vendor. Which service was supposed to be rendered? Which services was rendered? Is there any way we can go after our funds? All of this stuff need to be disclosed.
The vendor name was provided.
What's her
The
name?
vendor name. Is it in here?
Sorry?
Where is it located?
I provided it to the administration.
Oh, provide it to the public. Put it in the report. Provided it to the administration.
Okay, so we're gonna,
So council,
we're gonna add that as a council, request for that, the vendor information. And I will send that request over myself.
Thank you.
Is the department, who paid the funds in this? Because if not, we'd like to know that too.
I apologize.
The department, which city department is that in here? Who paid out the 86?
I don't think I listed it. It was for HVAC services. I do remember that. I don't remember exactly where it was. It may have been in a public safety building. Please don't quote me on that. I did provide that information, but I don't remember offhand.
Okay,
Thank you.
all right, thank you.
thank you. Council President, can I just, we talked earlier and I had a conversation with the city clerk earlier as well about, the accepting of the audit.
Yeah, Bill's gonna
You
get
can
to
speak
some
to
of that.
Councilman, the intent is sometime over the next few weeks to ask you to formally accept the audit. So today hopefully provided you a baseline of what's in the audit, how to understand the critical components. If we need further conversation, we could set that up to the council president. If you have written questions, happy to ask the auditors to answer in writing as well, such as this last one with the vendor. And then I think we have 45 days, clerk, to formally accept the audit.
When is the
I think
45 days?
I'm sorry, Councilman. I think the intention would be within that 45 days, it would take us to September 28th. So we can accept the budget as long as the council is good with it on the September 23rd meeting. And that would be
The
the
audit,
resolution that has the group affidavit attached to it.
the audit, Sean.
The audit, yes.
What did I say?
You said budget.
We not
Budget. See, I'm it's Monday. So the audit, yes.
So yes, so
accepting the
council
audit.
members, my intention is to not confuse you or have you looking at too many numbers at one time. We're going to try to stick to our schedule of getting through the budget this month, and then we will put some of this audit stuff on during September so that you can look at that independently once we get through the budget.
Council President, would that include the item 10.48 corrective action plan? I assume is the correct.
Correct. Bill is about to present on that now. And Bill, because we are just getting the audit, I believe that it is the council's preference to hold off on the corrective action plan until we can finish reviewing the budget before we accept a corrective action plan.
Sure. Thank you, Council President. I do think there's a statutory requirement, but we have time, 60 days, I think, from the time of the audit. If you want me to comment on the corrective action plan now, I can do that, or if you want to defer that to a future meeting.
Let's defer to a future meeting when we're going to look at it. So we'll move that to a September meeting. And then we'll deal with all the audit stuff.
So that will be on the same meeting, I'm assuming, right? We'll have the acceptance of the audit and then the correction action plan
Correct.
on the 23rd.
Would make sense.
Okay.
I have two other items. I'd like to go next with Resolution 26-478, fixed assets. This relates directly to the audit and the corrective action plan. One of the findings, which has been repeated for multiple years, is the city's lack of having an inventory, an accurate inventory of the assets that it's owned. So we are proposing to do an RFP to contract someone to do an appraisal and valuation of the city's fixed assets in order to address this finding and have a better understanding of the assets that the city owns. Along with that, we will need to develop a system for accurately tracking assets as they move around the city, what comes in, what comes out, what gets moved around in order to maintain the inventories and to have it be current.
And that's 10.2, right, Bill?
Yes.
Which resolution are we speaking of?
10.2.
And then lastly for me, I'd like to introduce Sean Nolan. I would like to bring on as our tax collector. As you know, we've had a vacancy in that position. Sean comes as here this morning to, I don't think he's had an opportunity to meet all of you. I think he's met some or spoken to some of you, but wanted to have an opportunity for Sean to introduce himself. He comes as a tax collector from the city of Passaic with a long career in that function. He is certified and licensed to do so. So again, with your permission, I would like to ask Sean to come up and answer any questions you might have.
Okay.
And that's resolution 10.49.
Thank you. Bill, before you go, can I, Council President, if I can just, on the resolution 10.2, I assume that cost has already been budgeted, correct? In this,
On the fixed assets? So my intent on that is to try to, we have a grant fund for efficiencies that we think would apply to this that was awarded to us, right? DCA. That is one potential source of funds. If not, we will find the funds from the Department of Finance somewhere. That contract was not specifically budgeted for in 26. If we need to fund that in 27, I think then we'll talk about how to fund that in 27.
Bill, I just want to say, as it relates to the contract for RFP and the service that's to be rendered, that there be some link-friendly publication on the city website where the city residents can actually see the inventory and all of that as well, once we, I guess, get a hold of everything that we have. If that can be available for public display on the city website.
Understood, Councilman.
Good morning, Council. My name is Sean Nolan. I'm up for the tax collector position here in the city of Jersey City. I should introduce myself, and if you guys have any questions for me, to just answer them for you.
Council members, any questions for Sean?
Yes, I have a few questions. I didn't get a chance. We played phone tag a little bit. I didn't get a chance to formally sit down. I just want you to speak a little about your background in finance and like what's your vision for the city?
Sure. Well, I started originally, I was selling mortgages and then started going into the tax collector's office in the township of Woodbridge. I started there as a cashier and worked my way up, got my degree, got certified to be tax collector, all the way up to the deputy tax collector there. Then I went and was tax collector in the borough of Sayreville, and now I'm in the city of Passaic. And each time I've kind of worked my way up into bigger and bigger cities, more hands-on with pilot stuff, much bigger levies, much bigger line items, much larger population towns, dealing with a lot of extra revenue collections as well as billing pilots. And I've also done a lot of work with utilities as well, which I believe is under the tax collector here.
What's your vision?
So my vision is to really, from my understanding is the operations here, my job for a long time has been to look for a lot of the more new tech-oriented solutions as far as like payment transactions to help reduce the amount of, labor and increase the amount of collections. Also helps to ensure that there's better internal controls and everything because there's much better accounting practices. There's everything is logged and dated, so it's much harder to hide inappropriate transactions or for people to cover up things that they shouldn't be doing. So I'm looking to bring a lot of that stuff on board here. I've done implementation in a lot of towns, dealing with a lot of different situations. I have a lot of very good relationships with all the vendors, and I'm just want to bring that here as well.
Okay, now I guess for the administration, if someone can answer as it relates to the salary, this salary would be congruent to the salary that the last person was receiving?
Sean's starting salary will be below the salary that the last tax collector had at the time of her departure.
Okay, thank you.
Councilman LeVar.
Sean, just going back to sorry, Mr. Nolan, my apologies. Your experience, as I look at your resume, as you said, you started as a cashier with the township of Woodbridge, and then became the tax collector in Sayreville for approximately a little over 5 years. And then since 2023, been the tax collector in Passaic.
That's correct.
That's correct. Okay. So that's in total about 8 years as the tax collector. Were those all full-time positions?
Yes, those are all full-time positions. Yes.
What was the levy that you had to collect at Passaic?
In Passaic, it's $145 million.
You're familiar with our levy here?
I am, yeah.
And how do you see your experience there in being able to collect 105, how much? 100?
So $145 million is their levy
45?
this year. 145, yep.
Which is, fortunately, I know it all too well at this point, 457 million levy based on this more recent 2026 budget. You speak to that in terms of your being able to scale up to address that, and how many staff were you managing at that time?
In Passaic, I have 4 staff, but when I was in Woodbridge, the staff was, I was in charge of everyone, and the only person above me was the tax collector. That was a 10-person office, and that was over $400 million levy as well. I'm very familiar. I started in a very big town. I've dealt with a lot of the issues that come with that. There's pros and cons to smaller towns or bigger towns, but I've definitely dealt with some very, very large towns, some of the largest towns in New Jersey.
You say who had the $400 million levy?
Woodbridge Township.
Woodbridge, and you were a cashier there.
I started as a cashier there, and when I left there, I was the second in the department.
The other part of your job, actually, if you could just speak to what your understanding is of the parts of your job as Jersey City's tax collector.
I'm sorry, what was the question?
What's the difference between what you're doing, what you've done at Passaic as a tax collector versus what you'll have to do here in Jersey City?
It's mostly just scaling up because obviously you can't get as hands-on with a lot of the accounts because there's so many more accounts and the levy is so much bigger. A lot more of that's delegated down to your staff. But obviously you're still in charge of reviewing all that, ensuring that there's proper, internal controls to make sure that everyone's doing things they're supposed to be doing, proper reporting basis to make sure that everything's reconciled out on a monthly basis or daily basis, depending on if you're looking at the cash receipts, to just ensure that everything's working the way that it's supposed to and everything's within the statutory guidelines that's required by the state of New Jersey.
Have you looked at our pilot program here and how much revenue is generated?
Yeah, I've looked at your revenues. There's obviously a lot of different agreements and they'll have to be dealt with on a case-by-case basis. But obviously one of the number one priorities is reviewing all of them to ensure that they're fully in compliance with the financial agreements and with the statutes of the state of New Jersey.
How many pilots did you have to deal with in Passaic?
In Passaic, I have 25.
25 pilots?
25, yeah.
2025 budget or 26?
For 2026, yeah.
And how much of that was, I mean, and if you're familiar with, we're conducting an audit right now.
Hmm.
Tax payments. How comfortable, or did you run into any challenges in collecting tax pilot revenue in Passaic?
I mean, the number one issue with the pilots is usually getting the audited financial statements that are required by their financial agreements in order to ensure that they're billed in full in compliance with those agreements. I've seen numerous pilots go for many years without having that done and without being able to finalize those bills, because those are your number one priority in ensuring that they're actually being billed in accordance with what they agree to with the city. You have to ensure that you get them. And obviously, you need to have a policy in place where you ensure proper escalation if they are not getting you the financial statements. I've actually had to go into litigation with some of them to ensure that they are providing the reports as required.
Can you speak more directly about the litigation piece and where you may have found underpayments in the pilots?
I can't get too specific, but yeah, I've seen obviously issues where people were underbilled for many, many years, not adequately reporting their financials as required by the statutes for the pilots, as well as for the financial agreements that they, signed off and agreed upon. So typically you have to go into arbitration with them, and there's a whole step-by-step process to remedy the issue, just to give them enough time to, just for the sake of argument, say that they are trying to provide them to you, but they just happened or forgot or whatever, the case may be. But sometimes you have to escalate beyond that, because sometimes they do try and hide their financials so that they're not paying the amount that there is appropriate.
I can tell you they do try. Right? So, and so you said in your response that you corrected at times when they were not billed. Is that your office that's billing them at the time?
In Passaic, yes. I bill them all directly in all the towns that I've worked at. I was responsible for reviewing the actual financial statements, making the adjustments, and ensuring that there was proper compliance.
Were you, so if they weren't billed, then it was your office that wasn't billing them. I can imagine we have the same challenges here, that sometimes they don't get billed. But we're still waiting on the pilot audit at this point. But I'd like to just, you speak to that. Based on your own words, you said they were not billed. So what caused that non-billing? And did you take corrective action around that?
Well, it's usually that it was not billed prior to me being appointed there. And when I stepped in, I had to address it. So usually the way that you do it is you get the financial statements and then you make an adjustment based on those once you can actually finalize the bill and calculate it out the way that it's supposed to be.
Did you find in their audits or financial statements rather, discrepancies in the numbers that they were reporting as part of their pilot payment?
So usually there are discrepancies. Sometimes they will submit, a lot of them will submit in the financial statements how they think that the pilot should be calculated out. And usually you'll see some discrepancies in that. Typically, they usually underbill themselves, but usually you just do it the way that you know in compliance with the agreement and then bill it out. I've never really had too much of an issue with that afterwards.
How much have you recovered for Passaic, that process of looking at tax payments and?
Well into six figures.
Can you give some numbers or specifics around that, or I know you're working off of memory here, but.
Yeah, I mean, it's some of them are like newer as well, which tend to be underbilled a lot more often, but it's definitely pretty close to like 1.2 million. But obviously it depends on the agreement and how far, the financials are lacking.
With the look back and how far we can go back to collect on.
If they haven't supplied financials, you can go back as far as you need to. Typically, you don't go back too far. It depends on just how far back you're willing to go, essentially.
And council members, we still have a lot of agenda to go through. So I'm going to ask, if you haven't sat down with Sean as of yet, that you please schedule some time to sit down with him and get into a little more specifics.
Yeah. I guess I'm gonna have to reach out to you. Follow up.
I'm
Thank
still
you.
available, don't worry.
Thank you, Councilman.
I'll just say that, Sean, thanks for taking time on the phone to talk the other week and appreciate in your resume that you're pointing to collection rates of 99% the past 3 years in Passaic and 99% Sayreville for 4 years before that. So if I have other questions, I'll reach out to you as well. I'm sure my council colleagues and I will come up with more, but thank you for putting yourself forward.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, next up, we have the Tax Assessor's Office. Laura?
Good morning, Council President and Council members. I'm Laura Takuri from the Tax Assessor Office. I'm here for resolution number 26-479, item number 10.03. A resolution authorizing an award of the competitive bid contract to the Adams, Riemann and Higan Associates, AKA Civil Solutions, to perform the digital tax map maintenance. The City of Jersey City maintains a digital tax map certified by the State of New Jersey, Department of Treasury, Division of Taxation. The tax map maintenance includes a synchronizing assessment data, updating the geographic locations, building information, updating property boundaries after a block lot designation change. Also, they maintain and transfer the data layers to the Tyler systems. The City of Jersey City publicly advertised a contract and received 2 proposals. After reviewing both, the evaluation committee recommended Civil Solutions. The contract is for 3 years from July 1st, 2026 through June 30, 2029. The cost is $139,625 per year. A total that doesn't exceed $418,875 for 3 years. The city will also have the option to renew the contract for 2 additional 1-year terms.
Questions?
Just a comment and thank you, Laura.
Thank you.
This is the contract we discussed at the public budget hearing. So no questions about it. Just wanted to have the opportunity to talk to you directly here. Hopeful that the budget amendments will include processor aids, and we're hoping to get those valuation of our ratables increased substantially in 2027. All right. That's all. Thanks for your work.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
Any other
Thank
question?
you.
Okay. Any other
What's the
questions?
Resolution number?
It's for 26-479. Anything else?
Thank you.
Thank you. Have a nice day.
Next up, we have Offer Cohen from Health and Human Services, Director of Food and Nutrition.
Morning, Council President, members of City Council. HHS Food and Nutrition WIC program has 2 items for your consideration, both awards. The first, Resolution 26493, Agenda Number 10.17. This is a resolution authorizing the acceptance of additional 2026 WIC Health Services grant funding from the New Jersey Department of Health. This is an additional $3,742 specifically for breastfeeding activities, fully funded by FNS-FNA, and these funds are fully reimbursed, NJ Department of Health. This will increase the award from $1,940,692 to $1,944,434. The goal to increase breastfeeding duration rates. And the items that will be purchased are 3 new chairs, breastfeeding shields and pads, and promotional items, water bottles, pens, literature.
Questions?
No, but I'd like to make a comment to offer. You know, I don't think people appreciate the work that you do. I was this summer visiting camps and everything, and camps I didn't even know qualified for, free lunch and breakfast and everything, and a lot of kids were going to those camps because their parents are working multiple jobs and they depend on that food. So I just want to thank you for the work that you do.
Appreciate that, and my team and I take great pride in that. So thank you very much.
Next one. Oh, wait,
Question,
Councilman LeVar.
So I know the grant is only for $3,742, correct? So the employees for this program are all paid through the city's operating budget? How many employees are delivering services?
20 full-time staff.
2 full-time staff. And what's the source of their funding for?
It's, well, actually, the next grant will cover that. It's the 2027 award. So I'll run through it and I'll give you the full funding of the WIC grant. I'll give you the entire rundown real quickly.
Thank you.
So the next item is Resolution 26495, Agenda Number 10.19. This is accepting an award for the 2027 WIC funds, WIC grant funds from the New Jersey Department of Health. The grant year is October 1st to September 30th. The total award is $1,960,835. The grant covers full salary and fringe, fully reimbursable, full OE. It also covers 3 staffs that touch the program: the department director, not the division director, deputy director, and our data processing coordinator, which have a portion of their grant salary funded. The program itself covers breastfeeding, nutrition, education, benefits, and it is an income eligibility program.
Questions?
Could we get an itemization of how the money is being spent? I see a letter from the State Department of Health itemizing. There's like a big chunk, 1.8 million WIC NSA funding. I'm assuming that's where the salaries are.
The salaries are the larger chunk, but there's a few different salary lines. There's an initial salary line, a fringe line, and then breastfeeding lines. We have the entire breakdown. I'll be happy to share that. Yeah.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next up, we have HHS Morgan Span, Deputy Director of Food and Nutrition.
Good morning, Council President and members of the council. I have one item for your consideration. It is Resolution 26-491, Agenda Number 10.15. It's a resolution authorizing the submission of a grant application for the New Jersey Department of Agriculture's FY 2027 Child and Adult Care Food Program. So this will be the second time we are renewing this grant. The grant period is from October 1st to September 30th, and we are servicing daycares and after-school programs throughout the city.
Questions?
Yeah, is this like a prepared food program, or is this more like a healthier JC with the
Prepared food, yeah. So we have a vendor. We're in the process of renewing that contract, but it should be on the next council meeting.
This is more of a question for how much, actually, let me start first. Thank you. Thank you for coming. What's the grant amount in this?
So we have not done the FY 2027 one, but for FY 2026, it was around 150.
And was it used towards salaries as well, or?
Yes.
Okay. Can you just share that from 2025, how that was spent?
How much was the salary?
Kind of a line item detail of just how the monies were spent in 2025 from this grant.
Oh, that's fine. So it was actually FY 2026. Last year was the first year that we had it. So was salaries, the food, the contractor, which was Woodson's, also supplies and travel.
Okay. If I just get a line item as to how the dollar amounts for each.
Yeah, absolutely.
And if it's a specific salary, just.
So it's the program supervisor, her salary. No problem.
And then to Ruby and the administration around this. So in this budget process, there were offsets included there. I think, and correct, I can be corrected because I may be wrong about this, but that the revenues for grants were not included perhaps in the budget because we hadn't actually received them yet. So I'm wondering for these 2 grants as well as everything else on here, whether all of those revenues were counted for in the introduced budget, and that'll ultimately come for final, or is there an amendment that needs to be made there? And then also whether the offsetting costs applied against each of the revenue, the grants are also offset.
If it was a grant that we did not receive, at the time of putting together the budget. It would not be reflected in the budget.
This likely is not reflected in the budget.
Correct.
So now when we reflect it in the budget, I guess, what's the process for doing that? And is it still part of this amendment process? Or is it a post-budget adoption issue that we'll deal with? And then the monies that were allocated, I assume they were,
So I think most of the grants we're talking about is for 2027. If there are particular ones for 2026, I can ask finance how we do that, but we only have really a few more months of this year. So I don't know about the technical modifications of a budget towards the end of the year, but I think most of these grants are for 2027.
what's the spending period? It says here, run from October 1st, 2026 through September 30th, 2027. That's 3 months in calendar year budget 2026. Putting this resolution.
So can we put in a request to finance to figure out how they're going to, I guess, incorporate into the budget these 3 months of this grant?
And my office will put that in. Thanks.
Morgan, in 2025, do you know approximately how many people were fed?
Yeah, so we have so for all of the daycares and after-school programs that we have, it's over 100 children a day.
The adults, is that like?
Oh, we don't do the adult program. Yeah, so that is a part of the program, but it needs to be an
okay.
adult daycare facility. The city doesn't have it.
Okay.
And just the daycares then have to individually apply to be part of this program as well?
Yes, and they have to submit the proper paperwork, and it's also income-based.
Got it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Lindsay, Director of Transportation Planning for Infrastructure.
You, Council President, members of Council. I'm Lindsay with Director of Transportation Planning. I'm here for a couple of items. The first one is 10.34, which is Resolution 26-510. This is a resolution authorizing an amendment to a professional services contract agreement with the Street Plans Collaborative to provide on-call transportation planning and design services on various projects. So this is an existing contract that we have with this consulting firm. We have a balance in the contract of $34,240. So in order to spend down that contract value, we're seeking a $0 contract extension. So it's just for time to extend it an additional year, and it will help to supplement the work that they're doing on some grant-funded projects related to Vision Zero. So that is that item. Any questions on that one?
Questions?
This is essentially just an extension of an existing grant?
Not a grant, but an existing contract.
Existing contract.
And this contract is for work that could not be performed in-house, or it could be performed in-house, but you don't have enough staff currently?
It's a mix. So we've used it for some things that will extend our ability to work on projects and analyses. And then there's some things that the consultant does bring particular expertise in, and they work in other communities and kind of bring to bear some of that. So it's a little bit of both.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Director. Is the $125,000 here reflected in the proposed budget that we are considering this week and next week, or is that a separate amount of money that we would need to be appropriated on top of that?
Yeah, so the original contract was $125,000. We've already spent most of that. We just have the $34,000 remaining. So this $34,000 will hit the 2026 budget. And that would come out of our professional services line item, which is, I believe, at 200,000 at this point. So we're just for the 2026, just looking to pay them no more than 34,000.
Okay, thank you. I understand. Thank you.
So the consultant, are they, is their work specific to studies or actual, is it like actual changes, like maybe purchasing equipment, stuff like that, or?
For the most part, it's study and sort of developing plans and concepts and planning studies. They also have helped us in the past with demonstration projects. So when we want to test something out before doing it in more permanent materials. So for example, they assisted at PS5 with the school drop-off area. They've also done some, trying to think of some of the other demonstration projects. They've actually created the bike master plan. So that was something that they had done. So mapping, kind of variety of things like that.
This the same company that worked on the Monticello Street project?
This is actually a different company that worked on that. That project was done through a grant-funded project. So there was a scope of work that was bid out competitively through an RFP. So it was a different consultant that did the Monticello work.
Okay. I would like to say with this company, I mean, I don't know if you have any additional projects you want them to work on. However, I can tell you, I was at Pavonia Pool. There's a stop sign there. No one stops at the stop sign at West Side and Pavonia. And some parents and you know, lifeguards there, everybody was asking for a street light. So if they can, if that's possible, because you have the pool there, you have the park across the street from the pool, so kids are, you know, just steady crossing the street.
Yeah, we can definitely add that to our list or make sure that it's reflected. We have a list in between traffic engineering and transportation planning that we collect these sorts of locations and issues with traffic safety. And then we prioritize those and rank those and start to look at whether it's something we want to engage the consultant on, or if it's more of a traffic engineering kind of a study. But we'll definitely make sure that location's on our tracker to address.
Thank you.
Questions? Hi. So as I read this resolution, the original, as you said, contract was approved in 21. The amount of 125,000, been 2 subsequent increases to the contract in 2022, and then another one 2024. That correct? And
that's correct. Yeah.
In total, it's now up to 475.
Correct.
And we're not increasing it any further. This is just extending it to allow the unspent monies, 34,000.
That's correct.
And then it says it's going to support the speed limit reduction study. So that's looking citywide, 25 to 20. Is that what we're talking about?
Yes, we have conducted a traffic study for reducing the speed limit to 20 miles per hour, potentially 15 miles per hour in certain areas. What the Safe Streets and Roads for All grant funding is allowing us to do is to continue how to implement such a change and how to communicate that sort of a change. The funding in street plans would support not only that, but also other Vision Zero related items related to employee training for safe driving and Vision Zero. It would also support just additional planning and implementation around how to make the design changes to streets for some streets where speeds are higher than the 20 miles per hour. They would be able to recommend traffic calming and specific design changes on those streets.
If you could just give me some sort of, I request is something in writing around the other supplemental Vision Zero projects, and approximately how much we're looking at. My follow-up question is really for the administration, again, to Louise and your office. So I'm wondering, back in 2021, well, I guess in 2024, the contract itself went all the way up to $475,000. And so I can imagine that prior to that, so $125,000 was allocated in the budget from 2024 for that. Then my question is that carrying over when it was unspent in 24 into the 2025 budget and then subsequently in 2026? Are we carrying all that money over? I don't know the answer to that, and whether that's part of the 2026 budget allocation to pay for a contract that was initially procured in 21 and then increased subsequently 3 times to 20 through 2024. Does that make sense?
I don't know the answer to that question, but if you send that over, I can have
request.
finance look into the history of this
I will
contract.
try to make it clear because I know that was not, so.
So I apologize. This was, our intention is also to kind of move away from, extending a contract with one vendor year after year, even though we're allowed to do that with professional services. We're looking for more of a pool of firms that we'd like to, pursue work with. I will say with this funding, each year we've typically spent down the additional amount. So each year when we came to ask for more, it was because we had spent the previous amount. And so 34,000 is now just the amount that's remaining in that. And it is within that budget line item for professional services in our 2026 budget.
And just one last request. Can I get a breakdown of how the monies were spent through this contract, through the life of the contract from 21 to year to date?
Yes, we don't have it itemized as such right off the bat. We have all of the invoices, we have all of the deliverables, but just pulling it together, we'll have to work to get that in a format to share. But it's an on-call contract, so we essentially, as we need work, we ask them to conduct that work. So we'll do our best to provide that.
I'll submit this via council requests. The turnaround time is not urgent. You don't have to rush to get it in before Wednesday, council.
Okay, thank you.
Next one.
Next item.
Mhm.
Next item is 10.36. This is resolution 26-512. This is a resolution authorizing the city to accept FY27 Subregional Transportation Planning Program grant from the North Jersey Transportation Planning Authority and the New Jersey Institute of Technology to enable the city to receive funding for transportation planning activities. This is a grant we receive every year as a subregion of this MPO organization. The amount is $128,162.50, and it primarily is used to fund transportation planning salaries. You would have seen that in our budget presentation in the grant offset under salaries. So that's what this is.
Questions? Okay, next one.
The next, I'm going to do two together. One is 10.35, Resolution 26-511, and then 10.56, which is Resolution 26-532. These are both awards of a competitively bid concession contract to vendors to install, operate, and maintain curb management, enforcement technology and services for the city. This is in support of our camera-assisted parking enforcement program. Director Kaplan is being so kind to distribute physical copies of a memo that has some more information. There is also quite a bit of information attached to the resolutions. So 10.35 is the contract to Automotus Incorporated, and 10.56 is the award to Municipal Parking Services, which you might know by the name of the product is Safety Sticks. So I know Director Kaplan previously presented to all of you in June about the camera assisted parking program and these types of technologies. But as a reminder, this is really around safety, trying to improve safety of crosswalks, bike lanes, bus stops, hydrants, and introducing more order along the streets, particularly focused at first on our commercial corridors. We did have an RFP for this contract. Within the RFP, we allowed for selecting one or more vendors. We did have 5 potential vendors attend the information session, but we ultimately received just these 2 responses. And the evaluation committee found that both were responsive and were interested in piloting and trying out both vendors. The contract would be for a 1-year term. There would be options if the city finds that these technologies are working and finds that the services are worthwhile, we can renew it for up to 4 additional 1-year terms. And there's no upfront cost to the city for either of these technologies. They would be paid based on revenues collected from parking violations that are actually adjudicated in the courts and revenues received by the city. We included in the memo some information about some initial locations. So in the first phase, we're looking at the Grove Street Path area and Newark Pedestrian Plan area, as well as the Bergen Square area and Journal Square. These are locations where we've already introduced curbside regulations like loading zones or time-limited zones. We've already done some work to either move or consolidate bus stops. So they're sort of very ready for this type of an enforcement technology. And based on how it works, we'd be looking to identify other locations throughout the city to expand it. We did include in the memo a lot of information about privacy and how data is going to be handled and secured, as well as things like authorized use of the data. We really want to underscore that this is not a general surveillance type technology. It really is targeted to parking enforcement, and there are a lot of protections in place to make sure that the data is only used for parking enforcement and understanding trends around how the curb is being used. But it's not collecting other personal information, and it actually is designed that way to safeguard information. With that, I will pause. I'm sure there are questions, and we're happy to answer those.
I have one question to start with. You were the lowest bidder, right?
So there were only 2 responses, and the way the RFP for this type of service works is that there's a number of criteria that the evaluation committee looks to make an award. So it was everything from their references to past results with other communities, the qualifications of their team, and then the revenue share that they were proposing. So both were proposing 0 upfront cost, and they have slightly different models for revenue sharing. But we felt that they were both reasonable and will be able to evaluate based on the results of Jersey City specifically.
Thank you. And when are you planning to enforce that, implement that?
So we are targeting the fall for the launch. There is some dependency on permitting through PSE&G, particularly for one of the technologies is mounted on a pole. So they can mount them on the city's traffic light poles, which is more straightforward, but we would also need to use the PSE&G light poles, and that has a permitting process. But we are looking at fall. We're trying to get well ahead of shopping season and avoid launching, right at the start of like a holiday shopping season. And we'll have more details on specific timeframes once we award the contracts and kind of work with the vendors and start working with PSE&G a little bit more closely.
Will there be like some type of education session or some community meeting, just advising the community abroad of these new changes, like some type of educational campaign or something.
Yes, definitely. We've actually started to do some additional engagement with the special improvement districts in both of these areas, just in preparation for the potential award of the contract. So we've met with the directors of the HD SID and Journal Square SID. We're going to be attending the board meeting of the HD SID this week, and also setting things up with Journal Square SID. We're going to be at events like the All About Downtown Festival. We're going to be holding some community meetings, and I will thank Councilperson Little and Councilperson Zupo, who's not here today, who have already committed to helping us organize in these first two locations, those community meetings. And then we also have launched a website. We'll have FAQs on there. We're also going to pair signage on these corridors. So Peter, our new traffic engineering director, is already looking at some signage that will make it very clear that it's photo enforced. And we're working with the communications team as well on broader communications, social media and things like that. So definitely want to make sure people are aware.
Yes, we have the best comms department. They make a ton of videos every day.
Yes, we are planning to make great use of their talents.
We share all the communication with council too, so we can share that on our social media.
Thank you. Yes, absolutely. Appreciate that.
Any other questions?
Yes. A couple of questions for you. So there was discussed in the past a Hoboken pilot as well, but then discontinue the program. Yeah, I'll apologize if you already included it. Did you get any information about what happened in Hoboken and why they discontinued it and what their results were?
We did. I believe that I included that in the memo, some information about the Hoboken pilot, as well as some other cities and some of the results that they've seen. Our understanding is that based on the Hoboken pilot, there was some challenges around when they launched the pilot, and also not having done some of that proactive curbside regulation change. So some of the learnings from their challenges have been to really work with the business community up front. So we've now had multiple meetings with special improvement districts and businesses to explain the technology, to explain what it would be, to take into consideration their needs for loading. We plan to make those regulation changes before we implement the technology. And then we're planning to get the technology in before those periods at a very peak high demand for parking, such as around the holidays, which is when the Hoboken program covered that period of time. So we do believe we're taking some of their lessons learned and hoping to have similar results in terms of safety results. And they did see, a reduction in violations over time. They saw increased turnover, so that supports their local businesses. They saw a decline in how often, bus stops are blocked and bike lanes are blocked. And they've actually shared with us that even though the program is not currently enforcing violations, just having the signage up is helping them to still see and sustain some of those safety benefits that they saw when they first launched the program.
Do you have, how long was that pilot?
I believe that was about 3 months.
Can you share whatever information you had there?
Yes.
Well, I noticed that a couple of areas, which I think I may have brought to attention that your office, as part of any sort of pilot program, Municipal Avenue during rush hour, from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m., going east from Kennedy Boulevard down to Grand Street. The laws currently prohibit parking there during that rush hour period. And then on the opposite side, operational direction from 4 to 7 p.m. So I would encourage you. And one thing I read here was, information was that there was an increase in rush hour traffic speeds. Anyone's been on the road during rush hour along Municipal Avenue, I think motorists and residents would appreciate even a 2-mile-per-hour increase in rush hour traffic speed over there. And then also the Journal Square Business District. I'm not sure if Councilman Zupa expressed that himself, but I know myself and Councilwoman Singh have also heard from India Square Merchants, JCAMA, New Jersey City Asian Merchant Association, about the parking issues there. I would encourage you to talk to them directly. Don't take my word for that. I mean, that was just anecdotal. But also just kind of that whole corridor from VIP going through the Kushner buildings at any hour of the daytime. It is, I think personally, one of the worst areas in Jersey City for traffic and violations of double parking and legal parking, things like that. If you could just, and if it's in the information already, then you'll mind, I'll make a request on council requests, how you're looking to measure success here and what baseline data you might have. Through our budget hearings, we talked often about number of tickets issued and couldn't get really any precision there. And I don't know if you're going to be more successful in that. But it would be great to know whether we're actually, what our baseline is in terms of double parking and bus parking or wherever it's being this technology be placed.
Absolutely. So I've taken down those locations. I believe certainly the Journal Square locations are on our radar for assessing and considering for future phases. That portion of Communipaw, we're actually looking, it has been flagged to us as kind of taking another look at the curbside regulations along Communipaw. We do have a construction project. It's a grant-funded project that's going to be repaving Communipaw in the near future. And then we would like to engage the community in evaluating some parking changes and possible cross-section changes for Communipaw following that. In Journal Square, there's also some construction happening. The county is doing some work both on Bergen Avenue right in front of the transit center as well as JFK. So we would like to avoid that general area right away, but definitely have heard that as a high priority for parking enforcement. In terms of measuring success, we have outlined some potential performance indicators. The technology will be collecting data before it actually gets turned on to actually enforce parking infractions. So we will be collecting that before data largely through the technologies themselves. It'll tell us things like how often is the entire curb space 100% occupied, how long are people taking to do their loading, how often are people double parking or blocking crosswalks, things like that. So we will be collecting that data as part of the program and sharing it publicly as well, be available on our website to be able to measure those types of indicators.
Okay. So right now you are implementing a 2-ward Journal Square and Wadi. I would recommend to do it. I don't know for how long you'll take to implement another 4-ward. Wherever there are congested streets, I think we can justify it if we are doing it citywide. It just when you do enforcement or implementation just in 2 wards, I understand that those areas are complicated, but at the same time, there are other streets in different wards. So for us, we can justify that we are doing it citywide, not just focusing on 2 wards. So something to consider, please.
Yes, absolutely. We have identified locations in all of the wards that we would like to further study to look at the curbside regulations. A lot of these areas, we do believe that there's either additional metered parking zones or loading zones or school drop-off areas, things that we should do some proactive planning around.
What's the duration you feel that in 2 to 3 months you will think about the different wards? What's the overall plan?
Just to kind of emphasize a little bit of why we, sorry, it's and Director Kaplan from Infrastructure. The reason we chose these two areas is also their proximity to major transit stops going into New York. And we know that there's a lot of people who are utilizing the streets improperly who are not residents, who are not local. We want to make sure that we're rolling this out in a way that, you know, residents from across the city will come to these areas, but also so we're not targeting kind of a residential district where residents live. And that's where we really wanted to see success. That was one of the key metrics on where we start. But as Lindsay mentioned, we're looking to go broader. But I just wanted to put on the record why we're looking at kind of downtown and the Journal Square. It's really, there's a lot of people coming from outside of the city to use those transit hubs. And we welcome them. They can park in a garage and pay for it. We welcome that, following the rules. But we want to make sure that all visitors and residents are utilizing it safely.
Director Kaplan, that is really a good point. We want to, or for outside vehicle, its enforcement is more important than for the residents. So thank you for considering it.
Question. Toward the end of the proposal, around page 90 or the high 80s, in the automotive section of the proposal, there's a lot of redacted information. If you could just describe at least the nature of that redacted information or why certain information was redacted, if we're able to talk about it here publicly, or if not, if we could get a report on why certain information is not disclosed.
I believe Corporation Counsel is going to respond.
Councilman, I'm not sure exactly what redactions you're talking about, so all I can describe generally are some reasons why we would redact information. There may be instances where we solicit what is legitimate, confidential, protected information for any number of reasons. I'm happy to follow up and look into any particular redactions and see what we can tell you about the nature of that information. But I would caution against infrastructure sharing anything that may very well be confidential in this forum.
Thank you.
I'll note as I'm scrolling through quickly, it looks like a good amount of information that's redacted would likely speak to a public safety angle. So numbers of cameras in certain instances, things like that, but happy to follow up with you.
Thank you. Is that something I should talk to your department about or put in as a council info request?
Sure. If you send me an email with the particular page numbers you're interested in, I'll link up with infrastructure and we'll get
Thank you. I'll do that.
Final question. Just on the cost again. So the resolution says a revenue share of first $49,500 of program revenue, first $7,500 of revenue per camera. Is the 7,500 is on top of the 49,500?
It would be the 7,500 per camera would be on top of the 49,000 for the essentially the software reporting suite and how they actually process the infractions. Our projections are that even with these, the first revenue going to these purposes, the projections are that there will be well more than that in revenues coming into the program in the millions of dollars. And so we aren't concerned that these fees are actually going to have to be costs incurred by the city. It'll really just be coming out of the revenue of the program.
Did you say how much what you estimated as revenue?
We are working on some revenue estimates. I will say it is, I'll have to follow up with you on the exact, as you all have, I think, explored through the budget process with the municipal courts, there's some complication to exactly how much to attribute to the parking violations. And I meant to address this earlier when you raised it. We are working with the BA's office and the municipal court on how to better track that revenue as it goes through the system and comes back to the city, because that is how we're intending to pay these vendors. So we would need to be able to track it. But we can follow up with you regarding any at least high-level initial estimates on revenues.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Next up, we have Community Development, Amari Santiago, Program Director.
How are you? I have 4 items for today. First up, 10.22 Resolution 26-498. This is a resolution authorizing the designation of Salo Diaz as the city certifying officer for compliance and the National Environmental Policy Act, or NEPA, and the related federal environmental review requirements associated with our federally funded programs.
Questions?
What was the agenda number on that?
22.
Thank you.
Okay, next one.
Next, 10.23, Reso 26499. Resolution authorizing the discharge of the city's mortgage for the property at 24 Stegman, which was assisted through the Golden Neighborhood Homeownership Program, better known as GNHP. Homeowner has satisfied all of the applicable requirements and obligations associated with this assistance. We're ready to discharge.
Question. 10.23.
10.23, Reso 26-500. So this is a partial discharge of the home mortgage and the Affordable Housing Trust Fund mortgage. So we have multiple units, 201, 203, 204, 301, 302, 401, 402, 403, and 404 at 307 Bergen. It's a partial discharge. Those condo units have now assumed those mortgages, deed restrictions, and agreements with the city of Jersey City.
Questions?
Yeah, why is it partial? Okay, so was the mortgage for the whole building and only some people?
Yeah, so the
Okay.
12 total units, it looks like 9 have been sold.
9, okay, all right, thanks.
So you'll get another one for the additional.
For the additional 3?
Okay, these are the new condos.
Yes.
Yeah,
Kearney Avenue.
307. So we're releasing Garden State. Garden
Oh, you're
State was
releasing-
the
okay.
partner. And now the condo owners of those units are now assuming the mortgage and deed restriction.
Okay, so so 9 people moved in. Have the other people moved in too?
Not yet. Or they haven't signed their documentation with our office to release.
Okay, so
those
that's
mortgages.
just,
Building's not full,
No, not yet.
okay.
Next.
And last one, 10.25, Resolution 26-501, authorizing the acceptance and execution of the Community Service Block Grant, or CSBG, non-discretionary grant agreement between the City of Jersey City and the New Jersey Department of Community Affairs for fiscal year 26. The total award is $989,803. The initial allocation would be $342,611,000. The remaining balance of the overall award will be allocated in accordance with terms and requirements of the grant agreement as the funding becomes available.
Questions?
Yes, it says non-discretionary, but do you know what these funds are gonna be used for?
So this is to supplement our low-income individuals and helping them achieve greater stability and self-sufficiency. So we partner with nonprofit agencies to execute this grant.
Okay, but which nonprofits?
There is a list available that I
Okay,
can
thank
send
you.
over.
I'll look it up.
I think I answered Rolando's email this morning with that list.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. You all have a great day.
Next up, Director Noble, IT.
Good afternoon, Council President, council members. I have 4 items before you today. The first item is Resolution 26-505, Agenda Number 10.29. A resolution ratifying an award of a contract to Verizon Business Network Services for data and voice services under the state contract for the Department of Administration, Division of Information Technology. The total amount of this contract is for $367,479.68. The terms of this contract in this effect from July 1st, 2026 through June 30th, 2027. The renewal is being submitted late for two reasons. First, the temporary appropriations did not contain sufficient funds to move this renewal forward until now. Second, we did a deep dive into the services and we were able to cancel and consolidate services, which provided us a savings of about $100,000 for this year.
Questions?
The $100,000 savings comes after the award of this contract before us today or this week.
It will be for the year. So like the award, yes, and essentially yes.
Okay, great. Thank you, Director. Good catch.
Next one.
Second item is Resolution 26-506, Agenda Item 10.30. A resolution authorizing an agreement with Edmunds GovTech for the license and support of the fiscal software system funded by the Department of Administration's Division of Information Technology. The total amount of this contract is for $73,410. The contract period will be from September 1st, 2026 through August 31st, 2027.
Questions? Next one.
The third item, Resolution 26-507, Agenda Item Number 10-31. A resolution awarding a contract to Millennium Communications for Cisco switch upgrades and coverage under the state contract for the Department of Information Technology. The total amount for this contract is $797,272.07. The funding for this project was approved by City Council in the Capital Fund Ordinance 26-041. This project is for the city side of the network only, and we will be replacing 53 switches citywide.
Questions? Next one.
The fourth and final item is Resolution 26-508, Agenda Item 10-32. A resolution ratifying an award of a contract to Dell for the Microsoft license renewal under the state contract for the Department of Administration Division of Information Technology. The total amount of this contract is for $427,522.72. The renewal is being submitted late because the temporary appropriations did not contain sufficient funds to move this renewal forward.
Questions?
So I appreciate that temporary funds weren't there and that's, I guess the checks are in place around that to ensure that funds aren't approved without adequate funds to cover it. So, but this particular contract is effective March 30th,
Yes.
2026. So I think one thing is what the notification in terms of the process there to ensure that you have the necessary funds. We approved it's 3 temporary appropriations from maybe 4 during that over that period up until the June meeting, I believe. And so in terms of the communication to make sure that the temporary funds are there, I called into question some of the money and ultimately got it passed anyway. But whatever got passed didn't carry the adequate amount of money for temporary in the temporary budget to fund these contracts. So it's less a question and more just a comment that in terms of these processes and how it works and communicate, it's a question of communication between the business offices and finance and the departments and making sure that they're budgeting through the temporary appropriation process and having the adequate funds to do their transactions.
Thank you.
Thank you. Director Goodman, Cultural Affairs.
Council President, members of City Council, I have one item in front of you today. This is resolution, let's see, item 10.5. It's 26-481, a resolution authorizing the city to accept grant funds from Choose New Jersey for the World Cup FIFA community event. This is reimbursement.
Questions?
Which number was this?
10.5.
Now, does these reimbursements include
public safety, or is that something that's going to be separate?
That's separate. This is
Okay.
for event expenses for Central
Okay.
Avenue.
Thank you.
Thank you. And just wanted to say, the final celebration, near, by the West Side Ave Light Rail Station was just really well run and everybody had a great time. So glad we're getting, you didn't have a good time? Why, you were rooting for Argentina? All right. Well, I can't help you there. Anyway, glad we're getting reimbursed for that.
Thank you, Councilman.
Thank you, Director.
Just a question.
Oh, 1 second, Director.
Sorry, Christine. So I just wanted to ask for full accounting of all of the FIFA events in terms of revenues and expenditures and seeing how that all balanced out. Okay, sure. Thanks. It's not time sensitive. I don't need it. I'm going to vote yes, but thanks.
Problem.
Next up, Sergeant Woods, JCPD.
Good morning, Council President Ridley and members of the council. I am here to talk about Ordinance 26-069. This is an ordinance to amend Section 3-85.1 of the Municipal Code regarding the administration of the police off-duty program. This is necessary because Resolution 26-464 that was adopted by the council back on July 15th awarded a contract to Hart Halsey LLC doing business as Extra Duty Solutions. Under that agreement, Extra Duty Solutions is allowed to charge an 8% administrative fee to be collected for individuals and organizations contracting off-duty personnel. Therefore, it's necessary for us to change the municipal code to allow that. There's 4 key amendments. We are adding the definition to the code administrator. It refers to the director's designee or authorized third-party vendor contracted by the city to manage the scheduling of assignment of off-duty personnel and to collect all applicable fees from prospective employers. With that, we're removing a couple of terms because they're no longer necessary. That is the off-duty billing coordinator, off-duty employment intake manager, office of the off-duty employment. Those are no longer necessary. They're being replaced by the software company. We also memorialize in the ordinance that the city's CFO or designee shall oversee the off-duty employment trust account. And in addition to that, there is language that allows the administrator to charge an 8% fee. This solves, I'd like to say solves, but much more adequately addresses 2 of the issues in that audit report that came out last week, one of which is the administration of the police off-duty, and the other is the overtime. This system, the second part to this system, handles overtime.
Questions?
Thank you. You mentioned some of the language we're striking is around the Office of Off-Duty Claims. At the name of the office that's been placed? Was it the Office of the Off-Duty Claim? Is that correct?
Office of, the way it's written now is Office of the Off-Duty Employment. Maybe more language. I may have cut it off, but we currently have a unit that does this. There's several people. They are no longer needed to be in that particular unit. They're going to be redeployed throughout the system.
So if we've had a unit dedicated to this, can you just describe what the challenge has been such that we need to now contract out with other software if we've had staff time dedicated to overseeing this?
Sure. So currently the way it works, we have our own staff that handle the scheduling, the collections, the invoicing. The collections from that is been a problem. Right now, we're not supposed to employ any police officers to work until we've collected that money. That creates a rather inefficiency. So outsourcing this to a adequate software company allows them to handle collections, the scheduling, and the intake. Software company is going to be able to do it much more efficiently than we are without a solid software suite.
Yeah, I appreciate that. And I remember their conversation from last month when we were discussing the contract that we entered into with that company, the Extra Duty company. Just thinking long term, if we can consolidate this in-house so that we don't have to pay the even if it's just through the administrative fees, so that we don't have to pay a third-party contractor, and that we can be able to handle these things ourselves. And, our IT department is staffing up and beefing up its own software, but maybe one day we can get to that point where we're able to just do it ourselves in a much more efficient manner.
Yes.
Appreciate it.
Question, request for information, which we'll send via council requests. The annual revenue from the off-duty program, dating back to 2022. And if you could break it down by administrative fees versus the actual cost for the officers.
Yes.
Any
Is that
other?
available? Is that information available generally or cited in the audit?
Back to
It's a finding
2022, you said?
from 2022. Yeah.
I think we have to go back and take a look.
And just a question generally about the off-duty program. So JCPD does the staffs these off-duty jobs, activities. I see every once in a while a state police officer or on our city streets doing that. What's the rules or around that have state police doing the off-duty jobs? Like I saw it, I think for a tree trimming around my neighborhood.
The state police are obviously authorized to work anywhere in the state. Historically, and when I speak historically, last several years, we have not been issuing cars to our officers, police cars to our officers. So some of the vendors, Verizon, PSE&G, tree trimming companies that may visit several sites on the same day and want a vehicle to do traffic blocking, since we're not giving our officers a car, they would employ the state police who would give them a car so that they can move around multiple sites on the city, block roads dynamically, and they want the car. That is traditionally why they would go to the state police and not us. Part of this is a little bit more enhanced administrative oversight. We're looking to get our guys cars when necessary, not always, but when necessary. And we're hoping to drive some more business from the
Say
state. police.
cards or cars?
Cars, police cars. We have not been issuing our guys police cars or officers. So if a vendor wants an officer with a car, they typically go to the state police.
Do they typically come to us and then we refer them to the state police if they want a car, or are they just bypassing us and going to?
Can't speak to the process, but we historically have not done it. So after the second attempt, I'm sure they're just going directly to the state police.
Appreciate that.
No problem.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
DPW, Bernard Hurt.
Good afternoon, Council President, members of the City Council. I have 3 resolutions before you today. First resolution is a resolution ratifying emergency contract award to Panetta Industrial Automation for emergency inspection, troubleshoot, and repairs serving the AC units of that DPW.
You know the agenda number?
Agenda number.
Agenda number is 10.44, Resolution 26-520.
Thank you.
Total amount of the contract is for $20,291.
Questions?
1044, this is referring to a HVAC unit for
DPW.
DPW. Now, in light of hearing that there were HVAC services potentially overbilling us, do we know enough about this to be confident this is not that same agency that conducted other HVAC work?
Not the same vendor.
It's not the same vendor?
No.
Okay.
Any other questions? Next agenda item 10.42, Resolution 26-518 is a resolution ratifying an award of a contract to AME Inc. for building automation system maintenance and inspection services through multiple city facilities. The total amount of the contract is $101,222. and this is coming out of the DPW operating account.
Which number was this again?
Agenda item 10.42.
Thank you. Just noting that it starts July 16th. Talk to me about why we're getting it done.
This particular agenda item, we just couldn't get it on the iCompass in time. That was it.
Okay.
This is not new spending. That's not already budgeted for.
No, it's a contract. No, we had them previously.
Thank you, Bernard.
All right. Is one more?
Yeah, I got one more item.
Oh, could I just, if I can, to the administration, I'll put this on council requests. To the previous one, looked like the emergency contract was being spent out of capital dollars. I get, actually, I think I have all of that information. I don't need to make a request. It all came through the budget hearings. Thanks. Good.
Yeah.
Next. Next one is agenda item 10.41, resolution 26-517. And this is a resolution authorizing the payment of a claim submitted by McCluskey Mechanical, Inc. for HVAC services from January 2026 to April 2026 for $261,417.43. And this is coming from the DPW operating account.
And we're sure that all of these services that were rendered and completed was as per the contract.
Yeah, it's based off of the my conversations with the DPW director.
This is a claim, right? So services from January to April repairs. And was there an emergency issue here or what?
This is for ongoing HVAC service calls.
Just regular maintenance service calls?
Yeah, for citywide facilities.
And we just, we have an existing contract with them. Is that the basis of why we use McCloskey?
We have an existing contract, but this period of time from January to April, my understanding is this is above that particular contract, which is why it needs to be submitted as a claim.
Right. So the contract that expired in December.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, thank you. That's it, right? You got one more?
That's it.
HR, Stephanie Pabon.
Afternoon, members of the General Council. My name is Stephanie Pabon. I am also here with Ms. Nicole Dupree in the absence of our benefits.
Steph, you just have to get closer to the mic.
I'm sorry, I'm here also with Ms. Nicole Dupree in the absence of our benefits director. The City of Jersey City is amending 2 resolutions regarding its prescription drug coverage for employees and retirees because the initial cost estimates were significantly understated.
It's, which number?
This is for Resolution 26-482. Agenda number 10.6.
Continue.
The original contract passed in December 2025. The data was preliminary data through August of 2025. A subsequent report showed that the prescription drug plans were severely unfunded. Jersey City is adjusting the contract amounts to reflect the actual expected cost. And this is important because we need to pay our bills.
Any questions?
Yes. So how about next year? Do you have an idea about the cost next year? Is it going to increase again?
I can answer that question. So because this contract ended in December 2025, when we did the assessment, we didn't have the full year's worth to calculate the purchase order amount, which is why it needs to be adjusted now. Going forward, we will have the full data and we will put forward the accurate estimates for each year's PO. Based on the estimates of the prior year. Okay.
So, the way I'm reading it, we're amending the contract to 3-year and amending it to increase it from 14 million annually to 21 million annually.
Yes.
Is that accurate?
Yes.
And it's for the years, which years is this contract
We're going up
covering?
$7 million.
Say that one more time.
What is this resolution's amendment?
15 to 21.
What contract years is it covering?
2026.
Then the subsequent 2 years, will also, with this approval, we're doing 27, 28, or is it 24, 25? I don't understand.
It is the approval for the purchase order of 2026 to be increased.
It's saying here a 3-year contract. The way I'm reading it, it sounds like we're increasing it for every subsequent year.
So in the budget, it will be reflected with the increased contract amount. For this particular urgent issue, we have to increase the purchase order for this year so that we can pay the bills for this year.
And is this, I see 805 is the account code. Is that part of some reserve for unpaid bills or something?
No, I believe that's the health insurance code.
805 is health insurance?
Yes, I'm sorry. That's the health insurance prescription account.
Just to be clear, I'm sorry, you said 14 million to 21 million? Am I correct?
Yes.
Okay, so the contract expired December 2025, correct?
Yes.
Okay, it's mid-August. Like, how long have we been working to try to get this resolved?
So my understanding is that the vendor that we have contracted with to help us with the health insurance and prescription contract had been doing this analysis. We didn't have this information until May of this year. And then we had to put in the paperwork to get the purchase order increased. We did have enough funds to pay the bills up until July.
How did this affect employees when it came to prescription drugs?
There's no changes to the insurance plan. This is just
Okay.
how the city is paying out.
Thank you.
And these additional funds are included in the introduced budget, or?
That's correct. I confirmed with the Director of Finance.
So my question is that the original contract came in 7 million less than it needed to be. Who recommended the contract as well as the contract amount? It says here that there was an actuarial report of 2026. I believe my office requested a copy of that report via council request. And was our insurance broker involved with the original contract, Mr. Parisi?
I can't speak to what happened in 2025, but my understanding is that was incorrectly calculated, and that's why we have to make the adjustment with 2026.
I'd like to know who was involved with that, because it's like big 7 million, a 50% increase, and then the subsequent resolution after this, or the one after this, I believe it's $6 million increase. All of it budgeted, part of the really projected costs. So I'd like to know if Mr. Parisi and his associates were involved in the original contract, as well as Who else? If I could see the original contract, there was a resolution. I believe all of this was sent via council request. I will need it before the vote. And the original contract and resolution had, and any attachments that may have come with that original resolution. I want to see the approval chain on the whole thing to see who was involved in that approval process. And frankly speaking, I'm going to ask possibly for folks to come once we get that to the next council meeting, whoever's involved in that approval process to explain why we're staring down a $7 million increase and a $6 million increase in the next resolution to come. So just sharing that with the administration. Thank you.
Is this, this is the new director for, HR?
Yes.
All right, I'll reach out.
Any more questions?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next up, we have DPW.
Hold on, no,
They have one more, Council
Oh, they have
President.
one more? Oh, my bad. I was out the room.
It's the same,
10.7.
Yeah, 10.7. 10.7, it relates into the same issue. The only thing, this is for our Medicare eligible retirees. The one we just discussed was for our active.
Questions?
Same information requests on this. And if I, Ms. Pavone, if I can take you back to the first one, previous one, in terms of prescription costs, I don't know what shows up in that actuarial report. I don't know if we've gotten that yet. But can we get an idea of what are the costs driving the increase? I've heard, and this is completely unsubstantiated, but all of the kind of called Ozempic and things like that are like sky high these days, I've heard, not just here, but throughout the entire country, frankly. Just want to get a better sense of that, if there's some conclusions that people have as to why these costs are increasing so dramatically beyond what we budgeted for originally for this contract.
You could get that information.
Thanks.
Any other questions? Okay, thank you. Next up, DPW, John Lynch, Director of Administrative Services.
Good afternoon, Council. I have 5. 2 belong to Administrative Services, 2 for recycling, and 1 for buildings and streets that I'm filling in for. The 2 I have for Administrative Services, I can cover at the same time. It's for the fuel. 1 is for gas and 1 is for diesel. So agenda number 10.39, resolution 26515, and agenda number 10.40, 26.516. This is a resolution authorizing the award of the contract to Rachel Michelle's Oil Company for the purchasing and delivering of fuel for gas and diesel. It's under the state contract and this is for the Department of Public Works under Administrative Services. So basically, this is the fuel, all the vehicles across the city, police, fire, DPW vehicles, your vehicles, the mayor's vehicle. So we are in line with the contract from year to year. So far, we've spent 1.1 million. We're asking for 900,000 each, so it's 1.8. Last year, we spent 1.4. That's what we're budgeted for this year. However, due to the increase of gas and the fuel prices, it's going to be a little more, or it can go down as the year goes on.
Questions?
Yes, thank you. So for both of these items, you're utilizing a state contract to award the initial 70K to provide diesel fuel for the city vehicles. And for both of them, it states that the total contract value is $900,000. So is that the $900,000 the maximum the city can spend, or is that the total value of the entire state contract maximum?
No, that's the amount we would be spending.
Okay, so we may spend up to $900,000 depending on the need for the city's vehicles.
Correct.
But this is just authorizing the initial 70K.
Yes.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
Just a comment,
Sure.
unrelated to the contract, but related to your work there is, one of the findings in the audit, John, is fixed assets, the material weakness in our audit findings that dates back to 2014, according to the report. I know that Councilman Zupa has talked about an inventory of vehicles and things of that nature. The corrective action plan identifies Mr. Corrado and Mr. Sato and Mr. Varghese as being involved in as responsible parties. Given that fixed assets are lands, buildings, machinery, and equipment, I would urge the administration to include you or someone, Mr. Levy's designee, to be involved in this whole process of getting this under control.
Okay.
All right.
Actually, I think the last one was done. I worked with the former BA, Rob Katalowski, so I was helping oversee that from the DPW. So I guess I'll probably do that again.
I recall, like, back then, Kalinowski doing some of this, and continues to come up as a repeat finding.
Okay.
Is there update on the inventory of city vehicles, and personnel, as far as like who's driving them and?
Yeah, I'll just say for the first part, the fixed asset RFP, we have been in discussions with Director Levy to be included in the review of vehicles. The audit that Director Levy and team has already started is an audit on the assignment of vehicles, the take-home status, location, et cetera. So we're due to complete that at the end of this month. The fixed asset is going to focus on the make and model of these vehicles and the valuation of those assets. So they're two different things.
Is there any way that we can get an account of who gets gas and estimated cost per year per their vehicle?
I guess that would have to be done in conjunction with the audit.
As part of the vehicle audit.
Yeah, I mean,
Okay.
you gotta, you punch the number in each.
Right, no, yeah, you punch the number in, right. Right.
Okay, John.
Okay, next one. Next one is Agenda 10.43, Resolution 26519. It's a resolution authorizing the award of the open-end contract to Continental Hardware to provide lumber and assorted materials for the Department of Public Works and across the city. So this is buildings and streets. This contract is to purchase all materials for repairs and upkeep of the 55 facilities here. Repairs include everything from roof, building leaks, building deterioration.
Questions? Next one.
Next one is Agenda 10.37, Resolution 26513, a resolution authorizing the award of an open-end contract to WB Mason Company to provide custodial supplies for the Department of Public Works and Division of Solid Waste. So this is an open-end contract, supplies the city everything from water to cleaning supplies to toilet paper, and this, all the necessary items to keep our buildings safe and clean.
Questions?
I'm gonna need the spending history on this contract, going back to 2022.
Okay. I can get you that. I'll talk to Sonia about getting you that. What I do have is I have the spending of last year, which was 174,000.
How much?
174,000.
So the question I would have again is, you have a contract here for 521,000.
Yes, according to my notes, Sonia said the supplies have increased dramatically over the years. And this did go out to bid, and WB Mason, they were the lowest bidder out of 5 of them.
But in terms of the dollar amount, again, is that the right size be looking at, and put that to the administration. Whether this needs to be right-sized, as I've
174 to 521, is that true?
Yeah,
Oh, that's over double.
yeah. I mean, I was just going off the notes that Sonia provided. She said, to mention that, the cost has dramatically increased.
Now, John, are these costs also supplies that the city gives to residents?
No.
This is just in-house stuff.
Fellow Council, just to add what John presented, this was a public bid and it was an open-ended contract. Open-ended contract means it has a minimum and a maximum number. If you take a look at the submittal from the vendor, W.B. Mason, there were 24 items that were submitted, including custodial paper, toilet paper, and so forth. Now, when the vendor bids on a public bid contract, they have to bid on the maximum. They get their bid bond. So even though the contract is 580,000 per se, doesn't mean we're going to spend it. We only order as needed.
So totally open contract. So the maximum we are allowing for 521 and
If correct. So if you were to take a look at those 24 items that we bidded on, if the city were to order the maximum of each of those items, we would get to the 580 something, right? But historically, we always spent about 174,000, 175 within that range. So we do anticipate spending that much money, but it's a public bid, right? And this was the lowest bidder out of 5 bidders.
Come closer to the mic, John.
Date, we have spent 84,000.
You're making my point. It's
to the date, right?
We're going to take this back. I think the numbers are not accurate, so we should just correct the record with the actual numbers.
Thank you. Next one, John.
So are we withdrawing that?
They're going to get us the correct numbers.
Oh, okay.
I'll just make one comment about it, that, so we could right-size the contract, put it to somewhere closer to the expenditures in 2025, around 175,000, or thereabouts. And hypothetically, if suddenly we were just reaching, saw a wave of custodial supplies or office supplies just grow tremendously, we could amend the contract, right? So there'd be that option to do that if we needed to do that. And certainly if we're tracking things and we say, we budgeted 175, you spent 86, you said, or 84. If suddenly we were reaching $120,000 and felt like we were on pace to eclipse the contract, you could put in an amendment to the city council to increase the award amount, right? So, I mean, we've done it before. So I think that can be done, and I would urge us to, again, while we're getting towards the end of this budget cycle, 2027 doesn't look, I hate to be the harbinger of bad news, but I think everybody knows it, right? 2027 doesn't look great either, frankly, right, going in. So we should be taking actions now, kind of moving forward, to be able to right-size those contracts. No one looking to deprive anyone of the resources needed to do the job. And in fact, I'd be, if evidence presented itself to say we need to increase a contract after right-sizing it, I'd be the first one to help you get that done. I would urge the folks to look to right-sizing this contract.
I'll make sure we send you the correct information. Sonia was not here, couldn't be here today, so I'm sure she would have had a lot to say about why we need the contract and the amount that we do, but I can share that with you afterwards.
Okay, last one. Agenda number 10.45, Resolution 26-521. This is a resolution authorizing the City of Jersey City and the Department of Public Works to accept a grant from New Jersey Department of Environmental Protection under the Municipal Tonnage Grant. So this grant we're accepting would be for 322,488. And the recycling grant will continue to support the efforts of the increased recycling for the city, supplying residents who reside in 1 and 2 family homes. It offsets the salaries for the recycling employments, such as employees who drive recycling packer, lifters, and as well as anybody driving the recycling division.
Questions?
Can you
Thank
talk
you.
to, John?
Yeah.
Can you speak to how the money is being expended and if any salaries are tied to this grant?
Basically, she just had mentioned it was offsetting the salaries for the recycling.
If I can get an itemization, we'll
Oh.
put this in council requests. My team, council requests.
Rhonda, what was that again? So I'll write it down and I'll request that.
Get the itemization of how the grant money is being spent, and specifically if it's related to salaries and wages, if you could clarify and detail which positions. And then to my earlier comments previously about kind of accepting the grant, and so it was not realized in the budget. To make sure that something was appropriated to fund these positions in operating dollars that were tax dollars, because there was no grant at the time, or maybe we're adding the position after the fact. I don't know exactly how we're doing it, but looking at the offsets on that, this is more for the administration around that and on the budget. Just want to know how we're going to treat the dollars that were saved from the offset of a grant and moving forward.
Sure. All right, thank you.
Thank you. Director Woodston, Commerce.
Afternoon, Council President and council members. I have one item for your consideration today. It's item number 10.33, Resolution 26-509. It's a resolution awarding a professional services agreement to Ron P. Mondello, PC, to provide legal advice and counsel to the Jersey City Cannabis Control Board.
Questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
Next up, Mark Burns, Director of Animal Services.
Good afternoon, Madam President, members of the Municipal Council. Division of Animal Care and Control has one item today, Resolution 26-490, Agenda Number 10.14. This is a resolution authorizing the City of Jersey City Department of Health and Human Services to apply for and accept a grant from Petco Love under the Access to Care Grant Program for the Keeping Pets Home Initiative. This is an initiative that supports spay and neuter clinics, full service, low cost providers, trap, neuter return programs, and related access to care and initiatives. This will be used for us to formulate our Keeping Pets Home Initiative, which is an initiative to provide free and low cost spay, neuter, vaccinations, and light wellness care for low-income families, seniors, residents, and residents facing financial hardship. The purpose of this initiative is to reduce shelter intake by helping residents keep their pets safe and humanely in their own homes. The city intends to request up to $100,000 for this grant, and there is no local match requirement based on this award.
Questions?
Yeah, what's the average cost of sheltering an animal?
The average cost for sheltering an animal, the best numbers I would have, because they float up and down. Based on overhead, the cost of salaries, pensions, vacations, etc. The best numbers I would have would be done by the Michigan Humane Society. That was done in 2025 because they were looking to start a pilot program based on what we're discussing right now. Now they're based out of Detroit, so it's 45% below the poverty line. So it's apples and oranges to a point. But their numbers were $1,400 per animal that came through the front door. And when they started a pilot program of just supplying the veterinary care and supplying the food and helping keep their own animals, helping people keep them, it was under $500 an animal. Off the top of my head, I couldn't crunch the numbers of how many animals we've had in 2.5 years and what it's cost. But that's an industry standard that's accepted in North America of just under $1,500 per animal to bring it in. And their numbers were just under $500 an animal to help you keep it at your home.
Okay.
You
So
told-
it
That
would be
doesn't-
about, so it would be about.
And that was only for factoring in the initial surgery and the initial food and medicine.
Mhm.
There may be ongoing costs if people need to keep coming back and accessing that.
Okay, so it would be a roughly the same cost as sheltering an animal, than helping a family with their animal care?
I don't think it would be an exaggeration to say it will cost the city 50% less to help someone keep their animal
Oh, it would
than
be
it does
less.
for us to take it.
Okay, all right.
Because all you're supplying them is the same things you're required to provide anyway if you have it. So if we have the animal, we're going to supply medicine, we're going to supply food, we're going to supply surgery.
Right.
We then have to find a home to care for it. When this whole story began, it already had a home to care for it. So the purpose of this initiative is to help people, not just for the TNR stray animals. I know that's a very vocal group and a big problem in Jersey City. They're not exaggerating it.
Mhm.
We're also looking to help people who have animals in their home that are now finding the cost of accessing veterinary care beyond their capabilities. We're looking to start a program to help them access wellness and low-cost care. We won't be providing exotic, real invasive and expensive surgeries. That's going to be outside of our capabilities. But spay, neuter, wellness, vaccinations, basic treatable illnesses, we're hoping to do that in-house, and we're going to use this grant money to start it.
Okay, and I know we have a way to assess that, right? So ensure that people who can afford these procedures aren't taking advantage of what the city's going to provide.
Yes.
Okay.
Any other questions?
Vaccination also costs $1,200. So what type of vaccinations you are including in this?
We're going to work up, we're going to speak with our provider and find out exactly how much it costs the city to just purchase these vaccinations. We know we spend $50 for a rabies vaccine from Patterson veterinary supplier. So we're hoping to get it, even if we don't factor in the cost of our staff. If we can access the medicine and distribute it to our residents at a break-even cost, this is still going to save us an extraordinary amount of money of caring for these animals. But we're going to cover the basics. Rabies vaccinations, which is a state requirement in order to get a license. Distemper and bordetella, which are very common illnesses amongst our animals. And then we're going to be able to treat upper respiratory infections and conjunctivitis and stuff that is very contagious for animals, but not necessarily medically so expensive to treat. It's just expensive to treat when you have to pay $300 to come through the door just to be examined. And we, veterinarians have spent a lot of time and a lot of money on their education. No one's faulting them for wanting to be compensated for that. But in a significant portion of our residents just find that something that they can't do. So the animals go without. And a lot of times they either try to surrender it to the city or just release it onto the street where it eventually again becomes property of the city. All of this was more cheaply handled if we just could have helped them keep it where it was. So it's certainly a terrible comparison, but it's almost like responding to a fire every day. At some point, it's cheaper just to help them figure out to keep this building from going on fire. So it's not just a humanitarian gesture or a a quality of life gesture, even though it clearly is. It's just cheaper for us to help them keep it than it is for us to take it.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Grants Director, Vivian Webb, Finance.
Good afternoon, Council President and Council. I have two items for your consideration. The first item is item 10.16, Resolution 26-492. This is a resolution authorizing the City of Jersey City, the Department of Administration to accept national opioid settlement funds. These are funds that are sent to us annually through the National Opioid Settlement. Right now, we are accepting to date $197,108.51. The organizations that we're accepting these from is Walgreens, Teva, Jensen, and CVS and Allegro. We often get funds from opioid settlement throughout the year. We normally hold on to the settlements and accept them at least once or twice a year.
Questions?
Anyone else have a question? So I just wanted to ask you, when do this grant dollars, when do they take effect? When can what's the spending period?
Because it's a settlement, we get the cash first, and then we have to formally accept it, so the money is here.
Money to be used immediately once we accept it?
Yes, it's held in an unidentified reserve, and then once you approve it, the departments are allowed to use it.
I just have a comment, and it's more for the administration, and to my council colleagues as well. We discussed this during the budget hearings. Those opioid settlement dollars, the previous round of that funding largely went out in grants by the previous administration. And you know, I was not looking to cut anyone's funding that was already approved for funding in that way. But this new round of funding, I would urge the administration to look into using these funds to provide grant offsets, again, to our salaries and wages for our HHS office, which we also learned during those budget hearings that some of the grants were discontinued and we're picking up the cost in operating dollars, and this could serve as an offset for some of that. So
They are highly restricted, and I believe only a small part of it can be utilized for salary and wages.
that possibly could be true, but if that was the case, I would want to use every single dollar. And if you could, if we could get that information about what kind of what's allowable expenses under the grant and what the restrictions might be, that'd be great.
We'll definitely get you that information. My second item is.
Hi, I'm sorry, Vivian. Can you, I'm not getting Wi-Fi. I'm sorry. Can you talk about some of the specific programming that this money would pay for?
So historically, the funding, when it came into the city, it was given to HHS. My belief is HHS has been utilizing this for the Healthy Cities, Healthy JC program, where they've been giving out funding to nonprofits and other organizations to help combat the opioid abuse through, right now, I think it's a STEM program that they're doing. And it runs after school, full year, and summer camp.
Okay, now with this money, can it be used for all substance abuse?
Only opioid related.
It's restricted to opioid? Yes. Okay, because I don't know, I mean, we have a community with substance abuse. I mean, I don't know what the opioid addiction looks like in Jersey City, but I know about other addictions that are prevalent in the community. But it's highly restricted to opioid.
It's only restricted to opioid, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Second item.
One more question.
Okay, sorry.
Sorry, so you mentioned that these funds are highly restricted and only a certain amount can go towards salary and wages in HHS or elsewhere. The amount that's distributed to local nonprofits, or that's awarded in grants rather to local nonprofits, I understand you don't know which local nonprofits will be selected this time around, but can you speak to the process of how those local nonprofits are chosen?
That process is done strictly by HHS. They usually come up with a agenda for the programming, and then they have I believe they have a committee that actually, they send out an application, a RFP, they respond to the RFP, and then the committee will vote on each RFP.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, next one.
Next item is item 10.1, resolution 26-477. This is a resolution authorizing the cancellation of grants receivable and grants reserve appropriation balance from the Department of Finance Division of Grants Administration. So with this, with our transition into Edmonds and with the cleanup of all of the grant accounts, we have identified some legacy accounts that were in the city prior to 2016. Some of them are even prior to the FOW financial system. So we have gone through and we've identified each of them, and we've put them on this list to cancel them out. There are a few that are AFS accounts that Mark spoke about earlier that we have to formally, this is the second part of that process that he was talking about from last year. We have to come to and we have to actually cancel those grants that were on the AFS. So the funds came in, they weren't identified when they came in. And then at the end of the year, we have to come in and we have to close those monies out. And this is strictly just housekeeping. It's not any money, nothing's being lost or nothing's being gained by this. This is just to clear up our books.
Questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
HHS Health Officer Paul Bellenboyer.
Good afternoon, Council President, council members. I'm here to speak on three similar items, 10.18, 10.20, and 10.21. All of these are resolutions authorizing the application for and the eventual acceptance of funds, of grant funds by HHS. The first is a grant which we are highly likely to get. It's $800,000 to our Peaceful Families Domestic Violence Intervention Program, and that comes to us courtesy of the advocacy of Senators Booker and Kim. 10.20 is a mental health awareness training program, which we have operated under 2 prior grant cycles for a total of 7 years, and this is an application to keep the program continuing. And the third is a new grant, 10.21. It's I believe it's $850,000 per year for multiple years, which would allow us to do drug overdose prevention. I think it's a grant that we're exceptionally well equipped for because of the work we've done here over the past several years, and we seek your permission to apply and hopefully accept all of these.
Questions?
Yes.
10.20. Is there any requirement for local match with this program?
None of these have any match associated with them, and that is typical of many of the federal grants that we see.
Thank you.
Hey, you talked about mental health awareness training. Who is that for? Is that like community training, nonprofit, people doing the work? Is it you guys,
Well, I can tell you what we've done in the past. So in the past, it has been literally open to everyone. Obviously, our focus is on Jersey City, and our focus areas are organized groups. So we looked first at city employees, also nonprofit employees and volunteers. We trained the school nurses. We trained and I think this current grant application, we looked at picking up first responders that are not covered by other similar programs, as well as expanding that because we have done so well in Jersey City over the past 7 years. I think we expanded the service area to Hudson County. Most of these programs are delivered online, and but we have an in-person option. I almost forgot to mention our faith community outreach. We've trained at a number of local churches.
okay, and the drug overdose program, is that does that include like that the Narcan program that you guys are running with?
It does. The grant would fund additional Narcan work, but it would go beyond that. It is specific to overdose prevention, but the amount of funding is such that it would allow us to, I think, for instance, if it was just a Narcan program, which is not, it could put Narcan in the hands of many more people and keep that active. But it's really a comprehensive plan to intervene and prevent overdoses from happening, as well as respond to them when they do.
Okay, and like with this type of program, prevention, training, whatever, do you guys go into high schools, or it's just restricted to whatever it's restricted to?
I do not believe the grant is restricted. The grant plan that we submitted, if we are funded, allows us to do an awful lot of things. And one of our primary, well, I will say that when we were using mental health awareness training and we're doing that in the high schools, that was very successful and a related activity. I think what we see though here is that the crisis in terms of overdoses, fatal overdoses, is actually older people. It is those folks who are middle-aged and upwards that seem to die more often from overdoses.
The reason why I asked, one, I remember being actually in grammar school and had a friend overdose, but also, you know, the influences with these kids they're being encouraged to you know, use more drugs, and that's why I asked that, because it's starting to become real prevalent.
And just to piggyback a little bit on the last discussion of the use of opioid funds, these are things which can work together. Obviously, we think that one of the best prevention activities is to build strong youth who have really no desire or need for illegal or legal substance use. So that's why we, when we were doing our granting, we supported a lot of youth serving organizations because what's the phrase? Idle hands are the devil's plaything. And you know, when people are busy, they don't have time or interest in other activities.
Any other questions?
Thank you, Paul.
Yes. Hi, Paul.
Hello, Councilman.
So you have 10.18 down to 10.21?
10.19, I believe, was handled by Ofer Cohen earlier.
Yeah, we did 10.19.
10.18, 10.20, 10.21. Is that right?
18, 20, and 21, yes.
Same question across the board. Are there Are these grants funding any salaries?
Absolutely, they are.
Can we get an itemization of how those dollars are being spent and who's?
So these are not grants we have yet received, but
Oh, yeah, you're right.
but when we receive them, yes, it is going to look. The mental health awareness training grant is going to look very similar to the numbers we just provided for the same grant which we are currently running. The same is true of peaceful families.
Are these grants, are these programs that would be, if they should be funded by the grant?
Correct.
Are they currently in the current budget?
Well, that's a little complicated question. These, if we had no grant funds for them, they would be in the budget. We are able to do these precisely because we are using outside dollars with very limited support from the budget. So eventually they will find, depending on the particular grant, they may go into a grant account or they may find their way into an account in HHS, the Division of Injury Prevention.
Okay.
But in every case, we have the ability to and always ask for salary.
I'll go one by one, just quickly. So peaceful families, do we currently have that program?
Yes, we do. It did run out of funding with the from the original grants plus some bridge funding provided by the Division of Community Development. We are now currently operating a reduced version of that program with 6 classes. I teach 4 of those, and the program lead teaches 2. That is meant only to get us to the new funding from the congressionally directed spending grant 10.20, where we hope to get back up to or even above the prior strength of about 10 classes ongoing at the same time.
So you're staffing the peaceful families program a portion of your time. You said there was another person.
Correct.
There was somebody else. Is there someone else as an individual?
Yeah, that's the person who has been managing the program.
Is dedicated solely to that program?
She is dedicated solely to that program. She has been both managing it as well as teaching classes.
On 10.20, the mental health awareness training grant program, is there staff dedicated to that as well?
There is. We have one staff person dedicated to that as their exclusive responsibility. She's been doing terrific. We are in the last 2 months of the current grant and hopeful that the new grant will be funded, but we don't have a clear idea about when that will occur.
So the current person is currently funded under a different grant?
They're funded through a different iteration of the same grant which ends on September 29th of this year.
And same question for the last one, preventing drug overdose.
This is a brand new grant. We have not seen it before. We've not seen it before from SAMHSA, the issuing agency, and we have not had it before.
And so there's nobody, this program's not, we're not applying to fund an existing program. It'll be a new program.
That is correct. It would, however, fund existing staff and new staff to repurpose work for the work of for overdose prevention.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Paul. Director Marion, planning.
Okay, I am here for item 10.54, and this is the resolution to authorize the opening of the Morris Canal redevelopment plan. There's not too much more that I have to add since this is my 3rd visit for this, but there is a representative here from NRP if you will have any other more specific questions. But again, this is just an authorization to open and study the plan, not a specific amendment.
questions?
I may have asked this question, but is this initiated by the developer?
Yes,
So they're paying the fee?
yes.
Okay.
And council, just so some of you are aware, I don't know if you also received the phone call, but we have another business owner in this area who is having issue with zoning inside of this redevelopment plan. And it's my understanding that they plan to come and speak at the council. And they would also like to see this plan reopened. So just an FYI.
That's a different developer? I'm sorry.
I'm sorry.
A different applicant?
No, this is apparently, and I don't have all the details, so I don't want to speak too much, but apparently there was a business open that they didn't realize they didn't match the zoning, so now he has to, I guess, figure out how to operate within the plan.
They can always reach out to me as well. Totally okay.
Okay.
And just two questions, one question, two people. He's not here right now, Councilman Gilmore and Morris Canal, or an organization. Forget the name of the organization over there, but
Morris Canal.
I think
Yeah.
Morris Canal, the community
Canal
group.
Morris Canal CDC.
Yeah.
See, are they both on board with this and reopening the plan at this point?
So I actually we were just speaking about this morning. I haven't been involved in any of the communication, but I was told that the developer spoke with June Jones this weekend, and that June was going to reach out to the councilman.
And Councilman, just to answer, Tanya, sorry, just excuse me for a minute. I attended the community meeting and I can give you a brief on what we understood from the meeting. Community was asking for a grocery store. And
This is Ward
I
F
can
or Ward-
send you the
Ward A.
Ward A?
Mm-hmm.
I will redo my question. Is Council President Ridley on board with reopening the plan?
I am on board with reopening the plan because.
I'm sorry, Councilman. Yeah.
Oh, I am on board with reopening the plan because I think there's a lot of questions and community feedback that needs to be looked at. Like Councilwoman Singh was about to say, they want to entertain possibly a grocery store, et cetera. So opening this plan does not move anything forward, but it gives kind of way to those conversations. It gives way to conversations about changing the height of the building, which is still currently at 17 stories, which a lot of the community was upset about. So I think it does open the door for conversations and to adjust some stuff in the plan, including this gentleman who apparently has a business, I'm pointing, but he's not here, who apparently has a business that he needs to look at zoning for. So for those reasons, yes, I am in favor of opening the plan. And as Tanya has stated, we're not making any movement or approving any developments right now. We're just opening the plan and things like that would come back before the council.
I'm sorry, Councilperson Singh, I interrupted you before.
No, that is what thank you, Council President. That's what I was saying, and I would love to share my notes from the meeting based on the community output, and most of them, and developer was there. So presented that plan and grocery store and whatever they wanted, I think they included in the plan, but I can share the notes.
Okay, thank you, Director.
Thank you.
All right, Sean, that was the last slip I have. Can we defer to 10.9 and then right after that, 10.57?
So 10.9, City Resolution 26-485 is a resolution introducing and approving the fiscal year 2027 budget of the Exchange Place Alliance Special Improvement District, directing the city clerk to publicly advertise the budget and schedule a public hearing, and directing the tax assessor to prepare an assessment roll of the properties within the district based upon the budget. We have our director here to answer any questions if we have any from the council.
Any questions, council?
Hi, Mike. Deirdre, thank you for answering all my questions, and you are always available, so thank you. Just based on what Exchange Place community has asked me over and over as I'm part of the SID now. People want hybrid meeting. That's what other SIDs are doing. You know, around COVID, yes, everybody wanted to be on Zoom, but that's not the case anymore. It's already been over 5 years. I would request you to give option for hybrid meeting because people, especially from the community, they want to participate, they want to get involved, and especially business community. Exchange Place has such a nice business community. We want them to come, participate, ask questions, and get involved.
Tried to have meetings in person. The schedule of the people on the board kind of prevents that. You know, they're leading executives and a lot of them aren't here. Some of them are healthy.
Can you just bring the mic up to you?
I apologize.
That's okay.
I tend to have a low voice to begin with. I understand the point, but we don't have a place to have a meeting on a regular basis. And we've had meetings in the past where it's hard to get the entire board to show up. We've had this conversation before, and a number of my members, either some of them are ill, some of them have physical disabilities. So it's just something we'll work on, yes, but you know, we only have, at the end of the day, about 6 people call up every call. So it isn't like it's in a huge crowd we don't have to entertain. And Zoom works very well for us.
I understand, Mike. Can you be open about trying it again?
I'm open to anything that you suggest, but I have a board I report to that also gets a vote. So I'm
It's
open.
okay. Any board member want to join through Zoom, they are welcome. But any community people, I live right here. I would love to meet board members or whoever want to come. Deidra is local. So anyone who can attend, again, it's a hybrid option. You don't have to be at the meeting.
We will try to do it for our annual meeting, which is in February coming up. That'll be,
As long as you're open,
I'm open to
take
it.
the lead.
Always open to anything that's a reasonable suggestion.
Thank you.
Any other questions? All right, thank you.
Thank you very much and have a lovely day, everyone.
Hey, Council President, you said you wanted to defer to another item again.
10.57.
10.57, which is City Resolution 26-533, is a resolution authorizing amendments to the calendar year 2026 municipal budget. And I see our Chief Financial Officer coming to the podium, so I'm sure he's going to do some explaining, and then the council can ask questions.
Okay, so Bill, I'll jump in before you start and just reiterate what I discussed with the council, just so the public is aware. I also discussed it in my weekly recap, but the council initiated 4 amendments to the introduced budget to the state. The state did get back to us at the end of last week and requested that we make one combined amendment. So on Friday, myself, other council members who were requesting amendments, our CFO, and some members of the administration got together to take another crack at it and try to put as much as of those 4 into one. And then that was sent to the council this weekend for review. And we had to send that to the state today in hopes that they will get back to us tomorrow. And there is a placeholder here on the agenda for us to introduce that amendment. And for the public, there is a public budget hearing on Wednesday on the introduced budget. And our intent is to hold a special meeting next Wednesday on the 26th, where you will have an opportunity to speak on the budget amendment.
Thank you, Council President. Good afternoon now. As you described, the process, we do need to submit to DCA today one revised amendment if we hope to keep this on the agenda for Wednesday. I have let them know that we're still hoping to submit that somewhere over the next hour or 2, and they will do their best to turn that around and provide comments and their approval prior to the Wednesday's meeting. That amendment, as you described, and I'll say at kind of high level, since it's not yet been approved by DCA, I don't want to get too far ahead of our own headlights, but includes some increases to local revenue. There are several that when we had originally developed the budget, we had not yet collected
significant amounts. We've updated some of those categories in order to reflect collections year to date. We've also received comments from DCA on the original introduced budget. The most significant of those comments was to move health benefit expenses that we had categorized outside the cap to inside the appropriations cap as required by DCA. The effect of that for us was to put us slightly over the appropriations cap. And you may recall at one point, council had approved us bumping up the appropriations cap up to 3.5%, which was the max. Even with the 3.5%, moving the health benefit expenses into the cap put us slightly over, so we did have to reduce some appropriations. We've also received input from various council members to try to restore certain positions. Those are reflected in the amendment as they currently stand. I would say that on a high level, those are really the more material changes to the budget. Lastly, should mention we did make some additional cuts to overtime in the police department. We had significant conversations with the public safety department, with Director Ambrose, and we are on track to meet the revised numbers. I think in total, as it currently stands, we would expect the tax levy to be not at the floor as required in the loan agreement by DCA, but pretty close to it.
Council members, questions? Councilman Brooks?
Thank you, Council President and Bill. Yeah, I mean, just as the public is watching, this is not the normal process in terms of council members being permitted to submit multiple amendments. I do appreciate the work that went on this weekend with the council president, other council members, staff from the administration, from finance. I know people probably didn't want to do that on a sunny Saturday, but so I do appreciate that the work that went on, but just want to voice that council members worked hard to prepare amendments that we, in good faith, thought would be presented to the public and voted on. I'll just speak for myself. I understand that we are under DCA supervision, and with the loan and state aid that we're receiving, literally every dollar that we're spending and allocating is being watched. But I just want to express my frustration around not being able to present an amendment. I had met with members of the Ward B community to explain this process, and the process I explained to them was not the one that we have now. So this is hopefully coming to the end of a long process to get a budget for this year, almost 9 months into it. Kind of is what it is, but I just wanted to speak on the process, and again, appreciate all the work that went on to get this unified amendment hopefully approved by DCA, who we know watches these meetings. So hope that you approve what is sent your way. Thank you.
And just to piggyback off of what Councilman Brooks said, because I just want to be clear, we did have these discussions with the state. They were aware that we were sending 4 amendments, so I don't know where the breakdown is. I know we spoke to them about it. I believe the administration spoke to them about it from the correspondence that I saw. And Bill, you can confirm yay and nay. I won't speak for the administration, but to my knowledge, they were very clear that we were sending 4. So where the change came in, or where the state then decided after we did all that they didn't want to accept it, I cannot speak to, but here we are.
So Council President, correct, and we had let them know that we'd be sending and submitting multiple amendments to the extent I think there was a breakdown. It became clear relatively late in those discussions that the amendments were independent of one another, not to get too far into the weeds or details of the process. But each of the amendments was drafted to stand alone. That created some significant technical hurdles in terms of the process for introducing them and being able to vote and adopt them. And so I think once that became clearer that we had to change track and focus on one amendment that stood on its own, to the extent we wanted multiple amendments, those amendments would have to build off the first.
Councilman LeVar.
I'll just, I'll wait to comment further until DLGS gets back to us, Division of Local Government Services. We anticipate, just ask it, we anticipate that'll come back today?
I don't think it'll be today, Councilman. Hopefully tomorrow.
Okay.
The meeting on Wednesday is later in the day, and so it may flow into Wednesday. I did speak to them prior to just coming back in here to let them know we intend to submit something very, very soon, so that they know it's coming. I gave them verbally an update on the kinds of changes. I do think if they have the resources on standby, they hopefully would be able to approve them prior to the meeting on Wednesday. And I think they've committed to do their best to do that.
And I'll just say for the record, I'll echo what Councilman Brooks said there with some frustration, but I also just, I know there's frustration on all sides at this point through this whole entire process. And it's not the way I thought it would go at the end of the day, but we are where we are at this point. So I do recall, and I think it was 2020, that myself and former Mayor Councilman Solomon introduced our own individual amendments at the time, and thought that that was going to be a similar process this time around. If it cleared the hurdles with Division of Local Government Services. But I appreciate the challenge that everyone has had, including the administration, around coming up with a unified amendment. And for the record, just I submitted 4 amendments, even up till 11:50 p.m., I think, last night. So
11:46.
11:46. There you go. And so I thank, regardless of how the outcome goes, I know it was challenging, and I know I'm difficult around it. I appreciate everyone's patience and working with me throughout all of this, and council colleagues and everyone, as well as the administration, to Bill and Ruby and Isaac and Stu. Thank you all, and all the staff, Sarah, everybody else. Appreciate it. Okay, we'll see how this all turns out.
I just want to say, next year, just, please stay on top of the departments as they're going through their budget, making their presentation and everything, because it was extremely disappointing to find out an amendment couldn't be made because some numbers were wrong. I just wanted to express that, and to ensure that we're crossing our T's and dotting our I's, because it's important that with these amendments, because the amendments we're looking to make to improve the city, right? We're looking at one department. If it's projected that they're going to come under budget, that's where I'll be looking to make the cuts. And to find out that one department was about $1 million or $2 million off, it was disturbing. That's all I have to say.
Any other questions? Okay, thank you, Bill.
Thank you.
And then Sean, I think I'm doing my best to clear everyone out of here who I know had something on the agenda that wasn't here. So I think I skipped Journal Square. You're here for Journal Square? Yep. So can we do 10 and 10:11?
So, good afternoon, Madam President, members of council. Chris Bernardo. I'm representing the Journal Square Special Improvement District. For you this week is our FY27 budget in the amount of roughly $1.2 million. About $900,000 of that will be generated through the SID assessment. Another $290,000 is expected to be drawn down through the urban enterprise zone. And we have about $35,000 in private sponsorship scheduled for that budget. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Just ask, hi, Chris, how you doing? Your SID assessment, how has it changed over the last several years?
The SID assessment has stayed steady, although I would note that I'm currently exploring the idea of changing the formula in how we generate our assessment. Currently, we have a relatively complex assessment formula where we break our budget out into 4 different categories, and we apply 4 different rates to eligible properties for parking, office, retail, and residential. I'm looking to change that to a more streamlined process so that it's based on assessed value. What we have found in looking at the numbers early is that it actually creates a more equitable arrangement where the assessment is spread out more evenly instead of it being focused on only a certain amount of properties.
Yeah, I think that's a good idea. The assessed values are going up tremendously in your area.
Any other questions? Thanks, Chris.
Thank you.
All right, Sean, let's take it from the top.
Okay, on to our first reading ordinances. Item 3.1, City Ordinance 26-065 is an ordinance amending Chapter 122, Section 4 is to establish increased cash bond requirements for successive violations of conditions of special event permits. Item 3.2, City Ordinance 26-066. It's a franchise ordinance granting permission to David Aberskaron, his successors and assigns to use approximately 46 square feet over the public right-of-way within the 17-foot right-of-way North Street, adjacent to lot 14.03, block 1505, on the official assessment map of the city of Jersey City, 117 North Street.
Excuse me. Can we withdraw 3.1?
Administration doesn't have any issues with that. We'll have that withdrawn.
No issues.
Have 3.2 withdrawn?
3.1.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
Sorry, is it open for question on any of the first reading ordinances, or are we just on 3.1?
I can't hear you.
Sorry, is this open for questions on any of the first reading ordinances or just 3.1?
We're on 3.2.
Well, we're withdrawing 3.1. We're on 3.2.
Okay, thank you.
Any questions on 3.2? Hearing none. Moving on to 3.3, City Ordinance 26-067 is a bond ordinance reappropriating $5,300,000 in excess bond proceeds not needed for their original purposes in order to refinance the cost of various capital improvements and the acquisition of various equipment authorized in and by the City of Jersey City, County of Hudson, New Jersey.
Can I use this opportunity to invite a few folks over who've waited this whole time to talk about some of the capital projects that we're hoping to fund using capital funds? So maybe we'll start with Bernard to talk about the City Hall roof, the emergency repairs that need to happen there. Go ahead.
How you doing, members of City Council? In this particular ordinance, we have some funds set aside in regards to $1.2 million for the City Hall roof. Just on some background knowledge, the City Hall roof was installed in 1995. It was a 20-year warranty. That warranty voided out in 2015, which now leaves us over 11 years past the lifespan warranty. So once that roof is installed, we'll have that, I think it's about a 3-week turnaround time for materials. and then we could get this up and, up and running. You can see some of the damage that it been causing thus far.
So now, does this include the offices as well? Because,
Yeah, this is an entire roof replacement.
okay,
The total amount of the contract was about 1.1, but we set aside an additional 100,000 for like unforeseen costs.
okay.
The City Hall roof is 1.2 million,
About 1.1.
0.1.
And I'm sorry, again, I don't have Wi-Fi. What is the original what was the original purpose for the bond?
So this is a combination of 5.3 million of reappropriation. I can read you a list of some of the projects. For example, the City Hall fourth floor renovation was previously funded, which we're putting on hold so we can repair the roof. I think in the past, there was also an idea of creating a creative center on Washington, and then a drop-in center also downtown for homeless. Those were reappropriated projects from prior years.
Sorry, you said downtown for homeless?
This was a
Taking-
drop-in center planned to be on Newark Avenue. Collaboration between Health and Human Services and JCA.
So this was this
Taking money from, okay. So some money was used for that and all of it wasn't used, or?
That was a project that was never started.
Why wasn't it started?
This was a number of years back.
And how much money is that?
That was put aside for 2 million.
Yeah, I mean, that particular money should be used for what it was set aside for. If we want to take partial, maybe, but not all of it, because, Jersey City does have a problem with the unhoused. There was actually last week, one unhoused person committed homicide, killed another unhoused person downtown under the bridge on Monmouth Street. It was Newark Avenue, on Newark Avenue. So, we should be,
We can provide more information on these past projects. I don't know how many years back this was when it was originally proposed, but the project has not started. This was, we didn't have a plan to start it this year, and that is why it's being reappropriated.
yeah, okay, well.
So I can provide you with the list.
I would like to piggyback off Councilman Griffin's questions, if that's okay. In the past, we have had groups get burned by these reallocation of bond monies. Maybe they weren't ready to spend it in the moment, but maybe they were actively working towards getting ready to spend it. The Embankment Preservation Coalition and the Parks Coalition, or the Embankment Preservation, and the Parks Coalition, they both come to mind. That was going to be my question. So thank you for asking, Councilman Griffin, what are these funds being reappropriated for? And one of the top concerns I get as the downtown council person is the homeless population on Newark Avenue. And so if there was a plan at some point to build a supportive housing facility and we bonded for that purpose, and even if that plan is not ready to break ground right now, I would strongly urge the administration to consider pursuing that plan because, I think this is a safety concern. This is a public health concern. And what we need is a housing first approach, right? We don't need to criminalize these people, but we do need to provide them services and we do need to provide them housing. And if that's what this money was for and we are now reallocating it, I strongly urge the administration to find a way to work on building supportive housing for the unhoused population.
Again, I don't have the history, which I'm happy to provide. This is not a point of deprioritizing the issue you're talking about here, but we are trying to also find funds on emergency and urgent projects that we need to find funds for. So I'm happy to go back and take a look at all these projects that we're proposing to reappropriate and come back to the council with full list or different portion of the list and we can decide. But these projects, which Bernard, IT, and Fire Department are coming to present, I would like you to hear those projects out, and then we can talk about where the funds are coming from, if that's okay.
Okay, thank you.
That's fine. I'm fine with that. But for the record, I just want to say homelessness is a priority.
I never said it's not.
Were any of the, Sean, you can mark Councilman Zuba here at 1:50 PM.
Yep, thank you.
Were any of the projects listed here things that we knew about previously and failed to budget for? And if so, which were they?
I can provide you with a list of projects. These came from the finance department as capital funded projects from a number of years back.
So if I
So
could just,
can we just go through the ones where we have,
where we're funding,
yes.
Yeah.
it's 1.1 for the roof. What else do we have?
And so we set aside $1.2 million for the whole total replacement of the roof. And I just want to add, I would consider, just like me putting this on the record, that it is an emergency situation. We experienced a lot of flooding issues over these past couple of weeks and going into the elevator shafts. So, and then you can see the deteriorating of the interior designs now. So.
We have 1.2 that is for the roof. I think there's another 500.
Yeah, then we also have, another 400,000 set aside for engine 9. This is for HVAC unit replacement over at the firehouse on Bergen and Duncan. And then also we have money set aside for 28 Patterson Street rehab. We've been working with the business administrator, Deputy Mayor Brian, and recreation staff to rehab 28 Patterson Street. So we just met with the fire official last week, and we're trying to get that building up to code.
What was the allocation for 28 Patterson?
We don't have the exact number yet because we're still trying to get quotes, but we put aside a total of 400 to 500K.
Yeah.
To cover all of these buildings that he just mentioned, aside from the City Hall roof.
Engine 9, 28 Patterson, and there was one other firehouse?
No, currently right now it's just engine 9.
Engine 9 and 28 Patterson, 4 to 500K for both of those.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes.
So by my calculation, I've got 1.2
That's
million.
just the buildings. I'm going to call up Noble to speak about the public safety IT network.
Good afternoon, everyone. I have about $1.4 million for public safety's network infrastructure upgrade, very similar to the last bond ordinance that we did. We did for the city network side. Public safety network runs totally separate from it, and they are in need of replacing the network switches, which is the backbone that connects all of the firehouses back to the public safety building, all the precincts. So we need to do a complete overhaul upgrade of those. And the goal, like just like the city, eventually when they start getting bad, we start having a replacement. So we're not replacing all of them at the same time.
What was the total?
1.4.
There's I've got 3.5 million by my math.
Yeah.
Approximately.
And then we have fire department.
Good afternoon, Council President, Council members. I believe there's two items that we're discussing for the reappropriation of some capital monies. Earlier this year, I presented you with the acceptance of a AFG grant for the SCBA purchases. That was $650,000 that we had for grant money. The total cost of replacing our SCBA packs is approximately $1.8 million. We'll be obtaining that under state contract. So if you deduct the $650,000 from the 1.8 will require, it's somewhere in the neighborhoods of $1.2 million that were needed for the purchase of the new SCBA packs. Those packs are coming at the end of warranty at the end of this year. So the replacement parts and labor charges will be exorbitant in the neighborhood of $200,000 to $300,000 per year. In addition to that, we're going to be off NFPA compliance. So this is an investment that we have to make in order to keep the necessary air packs on our firefighters' backs as they go in to rescue people. I consider that an emergency appropriation. The second item is related to the training facility. Sometime in 2024, the administration agreed to purchase a $1.7 million training facility that is to be housed at 325 Route 1 and 9, which is right at the foot of Sip Avenue, adjacent to our temporary firehouse, which is housing Engine 10 and Ladder 12. This facility was delivered in 13 shipping container components approximately a year ago. It's been sitting on site, unassembled, because we don't have the funding to do the foundation and site work so that the manufacturer can come back and assemble this facility. We're currently working closely with the MUA. They're doing some infrastructure work down there. So between the approximately $700,000 that we're looking out of this reappropriation, coupled with the work that they're going to be doing down there, we should be able to get the foundation work done in the next couple months and hopefully get this training facility assembled so that not only our firefighters can use it, but we're hoping down the road we can open it up to other departments, not only within the county, but outside the county, and turn that at least into something that is either breaking even or even generating some revenue for the city.
Question, Deputy Director. Is this the site where we had a suit with a contractor, or is that a separate site?
It's a separate site. That's Grand Street, and that suit was settled earlier this year.
Understood. Okay. Okay, thank you. I'm sorry, what was the total amount then that would be allocated for fire?
We're looking for about $700,000, coupled with the investment that MUA is going to be making, should be enough to cover all this site and infrastructure work that hopefully we can get this thing up and running in the next couple months.
For the training facility and for the SCBA packs, or how?
SCBA is 1.2, training 700.
1.2 million and then about 700.
700,000, correct.
Thank you.
And then the remaining, I think I have Bill here to explain.
Oh, sorry, I had one more question for Deputy Director Hart, if that's okay. So just to confirm, these funds are separate from the new apparatus that the fire department needs, and that is, like we heard in the public safety hearing, that we can expect that to be included in the capital budget, but this is separate from that?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Last portion that makes up the 5.3 is the Section 20 requirements for capital bonds.
Not yet a good evening, but getting closer. So I understand there were some questions around the Section 20 costs in the, and so what I'd like to do, so I'm just going to read from some exchanges I had with bond counsel on what the Section 20 costs are, which I think go towards explaining it and better in their words than mine. So the short story is Section 20 costs are contingencies, but it does get a little more complicated than that. So Section 20 expenses include obligations such as architect's fees, accounting, engineering, inspection costs, legal inspections, costs of authorizing, selling, and issuance obligations, and some others. Importantly, under local bond law, unexpected soft costs, and this is where you get into contingencies, can be allocated to pay for hard costs. However, hard costs cannot be allocated to pay for soft costs. So in addition to thinking about this as potential contingencies where this may be important to us for budget reasons in 2027, is our intent is to do a better job of allocating our own staff salaries and wages to the capital budget for staff working on capital projects. Historically, that has been somewhat ad hoc. It is allowed, but in order to do that, we need to set aside the funds, the Section 20 funds, to do that. So I think you could think about it as two things: one, contingency, and the other, more specific one that we were looking to make sure we had set money aside for, was to be able to allocate our own staff costs on capital projects to the budget.
How much is that?
It's 500.
Up to 500K, that's noted in the ordinance. So it's included in the 5.3 million total.
This was recommended by bond counsel. We went through the specific projects with bond counsel as well, just to make sure we were making reasonable estimates based on industry practice.
To clarify, Bill, this contingency is because we fear that at some point, the staff costs that we are spending on capital projects may be deemed, it may be legally necessary to shift those sooner rather than later toward operating expense costs as opposed to capital budget costs, or maybe I'm not understanding.
Yeah, so I think it would be beneficial for us to allocate costs for staff working on capital projects to capital dollars, but without having the ordinance written this way, we would not be able to do that. So they would hit the operating budget. So that's the part of the intent of making sure we get this one written properly to give us the flexibility legally to use the capital dollars for staff that are employed by the city.
I see. Right now, the staff, at least the majority of the staff time that we have working on capital projects is paid for out of the operating budget.
Correct.
Okay. Or all of it is.
Probably all, or the vast majority.
Yeah.
It has not been something that has been done systemically, and so we're going to look to try to do that systemically, to use the bond proceeds, capital funds for capital projects, including city labor.
Okay.
I think that's a great idea. So
Yeah.
I appreciate that. So that would be something like an architect or engineer who might be working with one of our contractors on a capital project, and we could be able to fund that person's.
Correct. Internal project managers, people, I think there may be opportunities. We've got some little work to do on how to do this. Administrative costs potentially could be allocated to it. So we've got a little bit of work to expand that, but I think to the extent we can keep it off the operating budget, we're probably better to do so.
I appreciate the re-explanation. We spend a lot of the year talking about how we've been irresponsibly paying for operating expenses out of capital or bond budget. And so now it's kind of the opposite, where we want to start responsibly paying for what should be capital expenses, the staff time working on capital projects, through those kind of hard costs, the bonds and the
And the key issue there being, right, operating dollars should pay for operating expenses. So the issue we've talked about is the microtransit services, we believe to be operating expense, inappropriately paid with capital dollars. In this instance, it is the reverse. It's people on our budget, on our staff, employed by the city. If they're working on capital projects, they should be paid out of capital funds.
I just have a comment. So in terms of where the money is coming from, ordinance 21-040. So the councilwoman has expressed her dismay with kind of taking some of the monies from certain potentially projects or concerns about that. I would express similar concerns and echo that. This is not me trying to reprimand anyone here or anything like that, but I would, all of those projects that was described as being reallocating funds, I believe they're all in 4D. So should be, I would recommend consulting with the ward council person, even though maybe wasn't familiar with the drop-in center, but some of the other things for sure. The creative center, I think, probably came across to folks. It was $2 million there. The other area to look at, and this all came up during our budget hearing, so thank you, Bill. You gave me this information about the capital budget and the capital line. So from that 21-040 was a miscellaneous buildings fund of like 5.4 million. I don't know if it's earmarked for something else at this point, but I want to look in that little pot as well.
Okay.
I don't know offhand that account, but we can certainly look at that.
So a quick question. What is the process of reallocating these funds? I mean, are the funds, the departments that are originally supposed to receive these funds, are they contacted to see if they have anything in place to work on with these funds before they're reallocated? Like, do we reach out to these departments and say, hey, look, we're about to use this money? Are you guys gonna do something, or it's just taken?
My understanding is that the finance department had already done the review with the departments to say that these funds are no longer needed. But we can certainly go back and take a look at the history of when it originated and why it's no longer needed.
We did, Councilman. That's just to confirm.
Thank you. All right, Sean.
All right. Item 3.4, City Ordinance 26-068 is an ordinance authorizing a lease with Newport Center LLC for the use of a police substation in Newport Mall. Item 3.5 was touched on earlier. Our second reading ordinances, which I'm not going to read all into the record, I'll do that on Wednesday. But item 4.1 is the ordinance regarding to amending the land development ordinance to remove cyber hotel data center from the industrial district. And items 4.2 through 4.7 are community gardens for various addresses. Any questions on any of the second readings? Hearing none, we're going to have, just as Council President indicated earlier, we're going to have a public hearing on the calendar year 2026 municipal budget as introduced. We're also going to have a public hearing on the special improvement district of 2026-2027 Journal Square Special Improvement District and Assessment Roll and Budget. And then we'll have our regular public hearing.
So, Sean,
Just if you could clarify for the viewing public on the public hearing on the municipal budget, what if they need to sign up and how much time they have and all that stuff.
So they don't necessarily have to sign up. They can. Makes it a little easier for me to know who's coming, but they don't have to. But the time frame, you'll see 2 clocks. One clock will have 5 minutes. The other clock's going to have 3. That's for the regular meeting. But the public hearing on the budget, members of the public will have 5 minutes to speak.
Thank you.
Okay. And our public request for a hearing right now is at 32, and that is steadily rising. Any questions or comments on petitions and communications 6.1 through 6.54? Hearing none, there are no officer communications, report of directors, items 8.1 through 8.12. And then we have our claims. Or is there any additional claims that are going to be added?
Just want to say we had one late claim that we're amending and we'll put forward for the council's review.
So council members, that's going to be added as an addendum. So we'll have addendum number 1 added to the agenda once we receive the claim. And once I do receive it, I will share it with the entire council.
I have a question with regard to the payment to Moody's. Could the administration explain what that's for?
Page 8 of the claims.
Take it away.
Just
Councilman
last
Eckers.
I don't know. I can get back to you on that one.
Thank you.
All right, on to our resolutions. Items 10.1 through 10.3 were touched on earlier. Item 10.4, City Resolution 26-480. It's a resolution authorizing the City of Jersey City to accept a gift of 2 plaques from the Conservation Committee of the Catine Memorial and historic objects to be placed or on or near the Catine Memorial. Items 10.5 through 10.7 were touched on earlier. Item 10.8, City Resolution 26-484 is a resolution authorizing to apply and accept grant funds from New Jersey Department of Law, Public Safety, Division of Highway Safety Traffic Safety, for the Highway Safety Mobilization for fiscal year 2026 Click It or Ticket Program. Items 10.9 and 10.9 through 10.11 were touched on earlier. Item 10.12, City Resolution 26-488 is a resolution ratifying the contract award to Royal Printing Service for the printing of the official election day and sample, or the sample ballot, it's supposed to say, for the primary election on June 2nd, 2026. The reason for the delay is that we do this annually. This is for the printing of the sample ballots for the primary election. We do not choose the printer. That is chosen for us by the Hudson County Clerk, and that's Royal Printing. The fee has gone up slightly, and there was more ballots to be printed because it was more registered voters from last year. If you have any questions, I'll be more than happy to answer them.
Have we ever done in-house printing?
We would not have the capability to do something like that in-house. Any other questions? Hearing none, item 10.13, City Resolution 26-489 is a resolution appointing Stephanie Pabon as a member of the Jersey City Insurance Fund Commission.
I have a question here.
Yep.
Is this a paid or unpaid appointment?
This is purely voluntary. It's just like a regular board member of any board or agency who serves. So it's voluntary.
And it's unpaid.
What's that? Unpaid?
Unpaid.
So who are the current members?
So I believe Stephanie is replacing, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to talk over you, PA, but Stephanie is replacing Peter Horton, who is resigning.
And the other members is me and Bill. It's a 3-member board.
Okay. Sure. Items 10.14 through 10.27 were touched on earlier. Item 10.28, City Resolution 26-504 is a resolution authorizing a lien against properties listed herein for the cost of removing litter, debris, et cetera, in accordance with NJSA 40:48-2.14 and Jersey City Code Section 287-4. Items 10.29 through 10.37 have been touched on earlier. Item 10.38, City Resolution 26-514 is a resolution authorizing the public sale of 189 motor vehicles through the publicsurplus.com public online auction. Items 10.39 through 10.45 were touched on earlier. Item 10.46, I believe, and 10.48 are going to be withdrawn, just to confirm with the BA on Wednesday.
10.46 is being withdrawn.
And also 10.48. We discussed that because of the audit. They want to have that
Okay. Yep.
resolution on at the same time we're going to approve the audit.
Got it.
Okay. Item 10.47, City Resolution 26-523 is a resolution authorizing the City of Jersey City to accept a gift for various office furniture from LeFlac, Newport Associates Development Company. Item 10.49.
Question, where is that furniture being allocated?
So it's actually a lot of pieces of furniture. We are asking the various departments within the city what they would like. There are a lot of office chairs, desks, cubicles. So we've done a survey among the various departments and we're allocating according to need.
You also request for some furniture?
We can add you to the list.
I was going to say that invitation has not yet made it to the city council, and although I'm okay with my chair, but there was some budget hearing testimony regarding furniture, so I'm curious.
Okay, item 10.50, City Resolution 26-526. It's a resolution authorizing the settlement of action entitled Arnold Landy versus the City of Jersey City. Item 10.51, City Resolution 26-527. It's a resolution authorizing the settlement of action entitled Amanda Hampton versus the City of Jersey City. Item 10.52, City Resolution 26-528. It's a resolution to enter into a shared service agreement with the Township of Kearney, the City of Bayonne, the City of Hoboken, and the County of Hudson to assist the Township of Kearney in litigating summary action related to helicopters affecting the constituencies of the parties.
Can we talk about that for a second?
Sure.
When we say we're entering into a shared services agreement with them, are we saying that each city, I guess, is joining in this litigation and paying a portion of it? And if so, what is our contribution?
Yeah, good afternoon. We're joining in with the county, Bayonne, Hoboken, and Kearney. Kearney will be the lead agency. Each municipal entity will contribute up to $10,000 towards litigation costs.
I'll thank the administration for moving ahead on this. It's a really important issue for people in the Heights. The helicopter issue is not just like a quality of life nuisance, but it's a danger. So appreciate the administration's movement on this.
Okay, Sean.
Okay. Item 10.53, City Resolution 26-529 is a resolution authorizing closed session of the Municipal Council on Thursday, September 10th, 2026 at 5 p.m. to discuss issues related to pending litigation. Item 10.54 was touched on earlier. Item 10.55, City Resolution 26-531 is a resolution rescinding the ratification of a professional service agreement with the law firm Keenan Tribeck LLP and awarding professional service agreement to Keenan Tribeck LLP to be effective as of the date of this resolution. And items 10.56 and 57 were touched on earlier. May I have, I'm going to ask the magical question, a motion to adjourn
Motion.
at 2:21 p.m. Motion was made by Councilperson Singh. May I have a second?
Second.
Second by Councilperson Efros. On the motion to adjourn at 2:21 p.m., all council members present by acclamation, please say aye.
Aye.
We are out of here at 2:21 p.m. Thank you so much, everyone.